Yes. I was muted, and you were right. You were right to call me out on that. It looks like the YouTube chat's working, even though I don't know where it is. We've got the Twitch chat working. I don't know if you Twitchers can see, but a little tiny hat man left a new emote on the Twitch channel. I'm not going to tell you which one it is, but that'd be funny if you maybe spammed it in the chat right now. If you can find it. If you can find it. Sorry about that. Oh, yep, you got it. You got it. You did it. Oh, I got two of them. Yeah, I got the Shaq one too. The hand rubbing intense. Shut up, dude. Control. You're like the only one that hasn't found it, actually. There you go, Salad. Salad Noodles knows what's up. Thugbone knows what's up. Lumbee knows what's up. Where was I Friday? I know I sent out a little PSA. My parole officer issued a noise curfew on Friday night in preparation for Shabbat. So I had to do what my Mossad officer said. Shomer Shabbos. So good. Yeah, that's right, Bubbles. I was doing crack. Fucking idiot. No, I didn't do crack. I don't condone drug use, no violence of any kind. This is YouTube we're talking about. We've got to stay razor sharp focused, all right? No drugs, no violence, no sexuality of any kind. And absolutely, 1000% no farting. Whoops. Okay, I'm good now. Anyway, I will make up Friday night to you, okay? I will. I promise. I don't like canceling on you guys like that. What happened to my main account? It was suspended from going live over a community guidelines warning, and that's why we're live streaming from the backup. But I'm told that that restriction to my main page will be rescinded in a month. Maybe. But probably by that time, I'll just continue going live on this page because I don't want to chance it because I already have a warning and I don't want to risk getting a strike or two. Clearly, we have two Twitch channels, two Twitch chats. I don't know how that happens every time with the two Twitch things. Okay. Can I stream for 8 hours tonight? I can't because I have a dinner date with your mom. She would be livid if I canceled on her. That's not something I'm going to do, okay? I don't want to disrespect your mother like that. She's a great woman. She's done a lot for me. She's done a lot for you, which you don't seem to understand. It is a likely story, cows for cheese, all right? I'm taking care of my family. Not all of my family was feeling well on Friday. So we had to focus on the things that matter, okay? And family matters. It's my favorite sitcom. I don't know why you're laughing at me. People are laughing at me. My family is laughing at me as I talk about how much family matters. Oh, the sound of the smallest violin. That's real cute, Bubbles. That's real cute. I will try crying about it, by the way. And I will think of your little violin playing. Hopefully the tiny violin was played by a tiny hat man. Otherwise, it's not kosher. So how are you guys doing today? It's another week. The world hasn't completely exploded yet. Why am I still getting double comments? I'm not sure why that is. That's so weird. Hello, welcome back. Thank you, Saeed. It's good to be back. Yeah, we missed the Friday stream. I told everyone that I promise I'll make it up to you. I'll probably stream on the weekend at some point. But hey, it's nice to be missed at the very least. Thanks for thinking of me. So lots have been going on. I've been keeping tabs with what's been going on. Reposting a lot of stuff on Twitter that we can take a look at. Obviously, Spain won the World Cup. I watched that game yesterday, and what an embarrassment. I mean, of course, Donald Trump steals the headlines because he's an embarrassment. And he goes up on stage with the Spain team acting like he did something, like he's claiming credit for other people's victories and successes. What does that sound like to you? Sounds like he's behaving like a communist, trying to take credit. No, I mean a capitalist, really. But and then they airbrushed him out of the photo op for the Spain team. Wow. And the FIFA president had to run across the stage to get Donald Trump to move out of the fucking way because he wanted to steal the spotlight. What a shithead. God, I hate that man. And then you saw Yamal, the 19-year-old star out of Spain. He almost didn't handshake the president. He did a double take. And then you saw other Spain teammates not even look the president in the eye. Yamal, yeah, he's only 19. There's a story about how Messi, when Yamal was a baby, he did this photo op, this photo shoot with Messi. For some organization, I forget, it escapes me, but there's a photos of Lionel Messi playing with this baby in a little inflatable tub, and that ended up being, I forgot his first name, but Yamal, who played for Spain and won the World Cup against Messi. I mean, how can you write that story? The rotisserie is so hot that it's now the notisserie. The rotisserie is piping. It's become a notisserie. So the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the U.S. and Iran creep toward a wider war with escalating attacks. I hope Saeed is safe out there in the Middle East, in West Asia, I should say, in the Arabian Peninsula, somewhere. We don't know exactly where he is, but we know that a lot of these countries in the Gulf Coast are getting attacked by Iran. And it looks like they're going after infrastructure and stuff. Lamine, that's his name. Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal. Barcelona signed Yamal while still in the womb. Okay. You missed me, you mean not me, my bird? I don't have a bird. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Rabbi Shmuley had like a little viral moment. Of course, I mean, what is Rabbi Shmuley known for, if not playing the victim to his iPhone camera and making it about himself and complaining? I haven't actually watched it because I can't stand that guy's face, but I will watch it with all of you so that we can all endure the pain of Rabbi Shmuley's videos together and just commiserate. I do. I have my stream back up, yes. So don't forget, I have to remind you, please tap the like and subscribe to this new live streaming page. It's exclusively for my live streams. All the clips that I make from these live streams on this page will be posted on my other page. So thanks, Obama. Yeah, so we'll do what we normally do. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you like that. I feel like when I hit the microphone, it's like I'm sort of like, it's like I'm hitting you because you have to hear that. But we'll read a couple articles, then we'll move to Twitter, then to the Discord, and finally I'll call your mother at the end of the show and ask her out on a date. And we hope she says yes. It's like a fist to my ear's balls, huh? Does your ear have balls? Your ear pussies. All right, so that cat can't play piano. Come on now. So the U.S. and Iran creep toward a wider war with escalating attacks. Let's see, this is... Wait, this says July 17th. Let's make sure. What is the headline? Here it is. Okay, that was an old headline. I haven't seen The Odyssey yet. Have y'all seen it? I heard it's really good. I wish that they would, you know, make up some new stories. Do we have to go back into the canon of history and recycle these same fucking stories? How many times have we remade The Odyssey? Do we really need another Odyssey remake? Everything that we watch these days is a recycling of something old, some older material. It's like the golden age of movies is over. They're fresh out of ideas. Because all of their ideas are just there to make money, so there's nothing new under the sun, you know? It's like nobody's willing to take risks. I think Christopher Nolan's movie, Christopher Nolan's best movie was Memento. I mean, that was actually an interesting, original movie. I feel like everything else is just the same old tired slop. I really like Javier Bardem. Holy shit. I mean, I loved him in No Country for Old Men, as we all did. But speaking, I mean, I know I just spoke disparagingly about Hollywood only recycling old stories, but yet here we have a series called Cape Fear, which is a remake of a remake of a remake. And yet Javier Bardem is magnetic, electrifying. His performance is amazing in this series if you haven't seen it. He's fucking great, dude. And it's sort of the same sort of character that he was in No Country for Old Men, just this madman. He can do those scenes where he's like strangling people and he's got that look in his eye, pure evil. I don't know, he's very menacing. He plays that character really well, and then to know outside in his real life he's like this humble dude who's free Palestine all the way, uses his platform to advocate for Palestine. He's just a beautiful soul. He's probably the only actor right now that I appreciate his work. I'll watch him in anything. He was great in the Menendez Brothers series too. That's another. He played the father. Complete asshole. He did it so well. All right, so oh, I didn't know that about him executive producing. I don't know who Jordan is. Jordan's submission for the Oscars. A movie about Palestine. Cool. All right. So anyway, let's take a look. So Iran has killed some American soldiers. They say that there's only 2 deaths, but apparently it's more like 8, and there's like 100 casualties because Iran struck these bases in Jordan, and one of them was a barracks or a housing unit. So they say, the United States government is claiming that 2 service members were killed in these strikes, and then there's another one that just completely disappeared, which Larry Johnson says that means that they were vaporized, so that's 3 deaths. And then 5 soldiers on the medevac, medical evacuation emergency flight out of the afflicted area. There was a report that 5 of them were not going to make it the duration of the flight. So that'd be 2 plus 1 plus 5. That's 8 total deaths from Iran's missile strikes against a Jordan base. So looks like this is some of the material. I saw this. This is kind of harrowing footage. Looks like whoever took this footage was at ground zero, as you can see. But these were just babies that died. Like, one girl was 19 years old. Another person was 25 years old. Such a crying shame. What's up, Obi-Wan? Russian Wilson says beautiful. All right, so the Iranian ballistic missile attack on a Jordanian airbase that killed 2 U.S. service members struck prefabricated housing units where troops lived and slept. The attack on Muwafaq Salti Air Base. You used to mix between Javier Bardem and Jeffrey Dean Morgan. You all look the same to me? Wow, Saeed. That is completely racist. Now I have to look up Jeffrey Dean Morgan. You're racist against Spanish people? Is that what you're saying? You people all look the same to me. So dismissive. I guess he kind of does look like Javier Bardem, so I'll give you that. But what do you mean by you people? No, seriously, like, what do you mean? Like, is he Spanish too? Maybe I will cry about it, Bubbles, and I'll blow little bubbles at you from my tears. How dare you? All right, so the attack on Muwafaq Salti Air Base was one of the 3 separate missile strikes on the base in 24 hours last week, killing 2 soldiers. Of course, we just corrected that. It's more like 8 from Army air and missile defense units. According to the officials, the remains of a 3rd person have been found at the location and are being examined. So you just admitted it, Wall Street Journal, that it's not 2. It's like they killed 2 soldiers. There's the remains of a 3rd person, but it's still only 2 killed. No, that would be 3. That 3 missiles were able to slip through U.S. air defenses points to the challenges in protecting the estimated 50,000 troops stationed in the region against an Iranian military that is still equipped with a substantial number of ballistic missiles and drones. President Trump on Monday threatened U.S. retaliation for the strikes. Shortly afterward, the U.S. military said it launched a new round of strikes intended to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. This directive has been passed on to Secretary of War Pete Kegsbreth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Daniel Kane, and every leader in the military, Trump wrote on social media. All right, so he's vowing revenge many times over. Uh-oh. He's already said he's going to obliterate the country. He told Tehran to evacuate last year. He's threatened nuclear devastation. So, hey, what's threatening a killing many times over at this point. I'm sure the Iranians are really scared. While nearly 100 service members were deemed to have some degree of injury since July 7th, 26, 96% have returned to duty, said Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell in a social media post Monday. The vast majority of injuries experienced were minor concussions, he added. 17 service members have been killed due to hostile actions or accidents since the war began. Let's see. An 18th service member is missing, a.k.a. vaporized. Iran has adapted to U.S. defenses, firing missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak toward the Earth. A spokesman for CENTCOM says, which oversees American forces in the Middle East, declined to comment on the battle damage caused by the Iranian attacks. Iran has circulated satellite imagery on social media accounts showing what it says is damage to the base, including what appears to be a housing area. Here's a satellite image from Planet Labs, shows Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan in February. That's what it did look like. It doesn't look like that today. Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, who has assumed power in Tehran but hasn't been seen since the war began, warned in a statement of unforgettable lessons if the U.S. continues to strike his country. The American casualties have stirred debate in the U.S. about the war. While Iran has made repeated efforts with missiles and drones to hit the crowded bases, no evidence has been released by U.S. officials that shows Iran specifically targeted the service members' quarters, known as containerized housing units, or CHUs. Choose! The Jews. Don't hit the Jews in those chews in an effort to cause widespread casualties during the first of the 3 missile attacks on the Salti Air Base. Debris from the missile strike hit the base's gym. A siren signaling the incoming attack sounded in time for troops to try to shelter in the bunkers. Some were wounded on the way to the bunker, but allegedly none were killed. Hours later, sirens sounded again, sending troops heading toward the bunkers. This time, an Iranian missile hit an empty aircraft hangar. The third missile strike hit containerized housing units where soldiers had been sleeping. Well, why were they still sleeping after the third missile? You'd think they'd get up. The siren sounded for a third time, but not everyone made it to the bunkers. The Pentagon identified the 2 air defenders who were killed as First Lieutenant Tyler J. Feehan of Hawaii and Private Isabella Gonzalez of Carrollton, Texas. A third service member who hasn't been identified is missing. That's the one that's evaporated. It isn't clear whether the soldiers who died were inside the housing unit, which is known as a CHU. A CHU! God bless you. Or if they got caught outside on their way to shelter. Iran's deadly strike was one of a series of attacks that Iran has directed in recent days at air bases in Jordan that are being used by U.S. personnel. It followed the Trump administration's push to broaden the array of targets in Iran, including bridges and other infrastructure, as diplomatic negotiations to end the conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz hit an impasse. A missile got through, says Marco Rubio this weekend when asked by reporters about the attack on Jordan. We shot down almost all the missiles, says he. One leaked through, hit the wrong place, and tragically, and it's heartbreaking. Oh, so very heartbreaking. You think he's losing any sleep over it? Rubio suggested the United States was still open to negotiations with Iran, but it must abide by any commitments it makes. We're always open to diplomacy. It has to be real. In addition to the attacks on the Salti Air Base, Iran also struck King Faisal Air Base last week, where where U.S. forces are also based. Iranian forces also attacked a separate airfield in Jordan, where several U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopters were damaged. Pete Kegsbreth and Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, were scheduled to testify before a Senate panel on Thursday on war costs. All right. Here is Larry Johnson, Sonar 21. We'll read this, then we'll move to the Twitter slop, okay? Are you with me? Don't forget to smash that notice button. Be a good goy. Your single mom is depending on this, all right? How else am I going to pay that child support. This goes back directly into your pocket. You understand? You understand, son? Why is Trump trying to start a new war with China? China. Trump, in the midst of a rapidly escalating war with Iran, had nothing better to do on Thursday night than launch a verbal attack on China for alleged meddling in the 2020 election. Now, let me state up front that I believe the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump, but it was not because of foreign influence. It was good old-fashioned ballot stuffing. Whatever, Larry. In fact, Trump's own DOJ and the FBI have been gathering evidence in Georgia that is likely to confirm that Georgia defrauded Trump, but that's another story for another day. Well, you know what's interesting about that? I don't know if I'd agree with Larry Johnson's assessment of that, because wasn't Trump trying to call the Georgian governor? Trump just needed 11,000 votes. Remember when he tried to get... Yeah, it was the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. It's even got its own Wikipedia page, Larry. January 2nd, 21, during an hour-long conference call, President Trump pressured Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to find 11,780 votes and overturn the U.S. election results from the 2020 presidential election, which is treasonous. It's traitorous. It's an impeachable offense. It's pretty blatant. I don't know why Larry's like, oh, yeah, no, totally. Trump was definitely scammed. Imagine the scammer in chief is getting scammed out of his own election because Georgia wouldn't find 11,780 votes for him. Larry. I mean, and then to cite this, it's like this is a rare moment of where I have to disagree with Larry. He's citing Trump's own Department of Justice and Trump's FBI, which he says confirms that Georgia defrauded Trump. Well, the Department of Justice under Trump is like his own law firm. He's using it as lawfare to go after his political enemies. And the same with the FBI. I mean, how can we... It's like the IDF investigating itself. There is a list, says the IDF. Why would we believe them? Anyway, moving on. I called you son because... Okay, you're right. That doesn't make any sense. But you're definitely not my grandfather. What are you talking about? At best, you're my older brother, okay? That's... Grandfather, no. I have grandfathered you in as my older brother, if anything. Tonight, Thursday, Trump... So he wrote this after Trump's speech. We watched a bit of that on stream. It was deplorable. It was despicable. It was a waste of time. But the main thing was like, oh, he's obviously trying to attack China, or at least sow doubt in the electoral process ahead of the midterms in an effort to groom us, the American public, into accepting his Insurrection Act, which is forthcoming, where he's going to suspend elections or cancel them or disqualify them because he claims they're illegitimate, and he's using China as a boogeyman for that, even though China has literally not interfered with our elections, and there's no evidence for that, and he never even produced any evidence. He even said, go to the whitehouse.gov and you'll see, and there's nothing there. Oy vey is all I can say. Trump said voter registration files in 18 states totaling 220 million voters' files were bought, stolen, or hacked by China, and that China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, if you can believe it. The files, he said, include names, addresses, political affiliations. He called it an unprecedented election security nightmare. He attributed the intelligence to a White House task force, of course, and the president's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. Sure thing, Mr. President. Ballot manufacturing. He claimed Chinese meddling activities included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Biden. He said the deep state worked to hide the extent of China's sinister election meddling. I mean, he works for the deep state. It's not the Chinese deep state. It's the Israeli deep state. If there's one foreign country that meddles in, I think you see where I'm going with this, in American elections, that would be Israel. Look at the Thomas Massie campaign. Enough said. That's just for starters, folks. But no, China's sinister election meddling, of course, and that the intelligence community did not previously inform the White House or Congress about the hack. It's like Trump's enemies accuse Trump of Russiagate. Trump accuses his enemies of Chinagate. But really, both of them are Israelgate. Plain and simple. Good morning, chat. Lolo, I don't know what time zone you're in, but around these parts, it's nighttime. And nighttime is the right time to hit that notice button, if you will. Be a good goy. I would most appreciate that. So he says the deep state worked to hide the extent of China's sinister election meddling and that the intelligence community did not previously inform the White House or Congress about the hack. He claimed China did not want him to win the election. They fought like hell not to have a Donald Trump win. He said forthcoming documents would show foreign nations and groups had the ability to modify the behavior and information collected by electronic voting machines. He also revived unproven claims that Venezuela sought to tinker with American elections. I mean, this is all projection at the highest degree. I mean, the United States is the principal offender of Venezuelan elections. You know, we and at the same year, in the same year that Donald Trump is claiming that Venezuela interfered in American elections, that's exactly when we tried to coup Venezuela and depose Nicolas Maduro back in 2020. We already tried this. It failed. It failed, and that's why we've been butthurt about it ever since. That's why we went and kidnapped Maduro, and he's sitting in a Brooklyn detention center with his wife, still, apparently. Like, whatever happened with that? He's still in jail? Dang, is it 3 in the morning? That's early for you, though, right, Saeed? It's pretty early in the morning. I mean, that's an early night for you. You're usually up at the crack of dawn, the butt crack of dawn, in fact, and beyond that, because then your kids get up and you got to take them to school and all this stuff, because you have like family and responsibilities as a family man. All right. It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. Thank you for that. Matchbox 20. It's one of the first records I ever bought with my own money. Taking me back, man. Okay. So we're cool with the hypocrisy here. We understand the hypocrisy of Trump and the United States at large. But note what he did not claim and cannot prove, continues Larry, that China printed ballots with Biden pre-selected and stuffed those ballots into several states, which gave the victory to Biden. Good Lord, what a load of horse manure. Not a single piece of evidence that China inserted votes or manipulated votes, yet many who watched Trump came away convinced that China is the enemy and must be dealt with harshly. What Trump did tonight is one of the most ghastly examples of propaganda designed to stir up enmity. At a time when the United States is utterly dependent on China for rare earth minerals, China controls 91% of the refinement infrastructure globally for rare earth minerals. Okay, they have a choke point in refining rare earth minerals. Rare earth minerals power all the gadgets that we use, including our phones, our computers, and in the United States case, missiles. weapons, intelligence, systems, the defense systems. So Trump just decided it was a good time to insult China and threaten them. I thought that Trump had reached the nadir when it comes to diplomacy. Color me wrong. He achieved a new low with this. I would not be surprised if China doubles down on its support for Iran in order to ensure the United States suffers a humiliating defeat. All right. And that is from Larry Johnson. All right, we're going to just switch it up now and slop it up, if you will, on Twitter. Lots of stuff to talk about. Eventually, we'll cover all of today's news, of course, in vivid detail. Hello to Ireland. Welcome in. Why is that funny? I'm sorry. You're laughing at me because I said hello to Ireland? Okay, and she's quiet. She's just not going to answer. Oh, never mind. She's laughing at a cat meme that I sent. Never mind. That's what we do. We just send cat memes to each other to celebrate our little boy. He turns 5 in September 11th. It's his birthday. 9/11. Our little terrorist. Iran has launched Sejal. Apparently that's this sperm-looking missile toward Jordan. Let's learn about the Sejal. The Sejal is one of the most advanced domestically produced ballistic missiles in Iran. It is a 2-stage, solid fuel, medium-range ballistic missile with an estimated range of approximately 2,000 kilometers. All right. That's like way longer than anything that we have. I think our precision strike missiles, which is the longest range of any ballistic missile that we have, is like 500 kilometers at best. It's a good holiday. You're right, Stalin. You're absolutely right and correctly based about that. Even though, that was like instigated by Israel, but sort of like an Israeli victory. I don't know how I feel about that, I want my attacks against the country that I reside in to be principled. So the Sejal can reach targets across the Middle East with little launch preparation time, total destruction ahead. Look at that little sperm. It's the last thing your mom sees. See that? Before she weeps for joy. All right, so Max Blumenthal was on Piers Morgan. Here's a clip. Let's get some context. Max says, I asked Piers what the UK would do if Russia and China were arming violent militants to attack police stations across Britain in a bid for regime change. That's exactly what Iran faced last January at the hands of Mossad and CIA armed rioters. He quickly pivoted. Apparently this clip is about impartiality.
In relation to the question I asked you, though, to establish credentials of journalistic impartiality, did you go to the scene of where the Iranian regime massacred its own people?
Well, first of all, I'm not impartial. I'm absolutely not impartial.
Right.
I am not objective. And the concept of objectivity, as we understand it, is set out by the corporate media according to the parameters devised for them by their militant Zionist ruling class owners.
Okay, but did you go to the scene?
Literally
did you go to the
own
scene
networks that you appear on and others appear on. So I'm not impartial.
Understand.
But to your direct question, and I really want to have a conversation about how this reflects on journalism and the Constitution. But to your direct question, you previously hosted me in January, and basically I was sandbagged. I was sandwiched between a actual war criminal, Jonathan Conricus from the Israeli military, and 3 Iranian monarchists. And I debated this very question. And I acknowledged that at least 3,000 people were killed in 2 days of protests, which the Israeli Mossad and U.S. intelligence have expressly taken credit for. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, explicitly took credit for fawning these riots by devaluing Iran's currency. The Iranian government has released the IDs and names of everyone who was killed there. 3,000 people is a lot of people, but they were not all just innocent protesters, and many of them were police officers. This all began with attacks on police stations, and I was actually, while I was there, and I'm about to produce a report on this, able to interview some off-duty cops. I wasn't set up to meet them. I started a conversation with them, and they told me how their police stations came under attack, how police officers were burned and killed. Some were beheaded by the People's MEK, which is a CIA-backed militant organization. There were also Kurdish militant groups like Komaleh and PJAK, which were involved. These were militarized riots. They weren't innocent protests, and it was a bridge between the 12-day war from last year to the current war, which you say you opposed. But, I watched you manufacture consent for that war by allowing people to lie about the number who were killed, claiming 40,000, 50,000.
Well, I don't think you know how many. I don't think you know any better than they do how many were killed. But
I do know, and Iran International.
Well, you don't. You know what the Iranian regime told you.
No, Iran International, which is basically run by Israel and used to be run by the Saudis, has acknowledged that less than 5,000.
I've seen multiple reports.
Again, it's a lot.
Listen,
but
I don't know the exact number, nor do you. Nor do I don't think anybody else does. And hopefully one day we will find out.
Okay, Piers,
he sounds like Donald Trump. I don't think we'll ever know.
What would the UK, Piers, what would the UK do if Russian intelligence and Chinese intelligence were arming rioters to attack police stations?
You know what we wouldn't do?
I do think churches.
Well, look,
what do you think would happen in the UK?
Well, what we were going to do is, we were going to have you debate with somebody. Will Chamberlain wanted to do it. You didn't want to debate with him. He sent this message.
I don't even know who that is. Is that
okay? Well,
he's like the basketball
he's a regular
player?
guest on my show.
And Will Chamberlain.
He's somebody who.
And then you wanted me to debate like a pansexual former Disney actor.
Okay,
I mean, I'm just going to read I deserve some respect.
It's okay. You're not debating with me. You're debating with me.
Wow.
In relation to the question
that was
I asked,
pretty good. He crushed it as he usually does, making Piers Morgan look like a fucking hypocrite, which he is. Here is what the TV networks did not show you yesterday. It says 18 plus, so I don't know. Well, it sounds like they booed him quite prodigiously. Here's the culmination of generations of kosher inbreeding. Oh, by the way that song played, that's going to be a copyright strike for me, so I'm going to stop it right there. You can hear it playing in your heads, though, as you watch this clip. It's slow motion. Pretty good. Look how he whips those sideburn mullets around. Apparently, Clavicular it was on Piers Morgan saying that he won't visit Gaza because they're losing, even though he visited Israel and Israel's losing, which Suleiman correctly pointed out.
Exploring different nightlife and doing a bit of tourism.
Right, so I would say, okay, but you're going to go to Russia as you've been to Israel.
Yeah.
Why not go to Ukraine and go to Gaza?
Well, probably because they're losing. So I feel like it's
they're losing.
He looks like he's trying really hard not to move his face. He's got to make sure his face and the angle of the camera is just right. He can't move. He's trapped, man. Clavicular, blink twice if you need help.
Well, I mean, quite
honestly, you look like you're a hostage
honestly,
right now.
It might be a little bit more volatile there, if I had to guess.
Right, and I don't think Ukraine are
What's so funny is that he's like, "Oh, I'm not a political streamer. I don't like to get into politics." He's being interviewed by Piers Morgan, a political show. He's taking trips to Israel to promote Israeli tourism.
And ultimately,
But
I think
it's not political at all. Don't believe your lying eyes. Here's the U.S. ambassador to NATO, Matt Whitaker, burping live on Fox News.
And ultimately, I think it secures the transition of the conventional defense of Europe to where it should be, Europe. And ultimately, I think it secures the transition of the
Gross. Here's the game winner, Ferran Torres, who scored the winning goal in the World Cup, showed up to the parade in Madrid wearing a Make Spain Great Again. I'm not sure about that. Is he trying to troll Donald Trump? So Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are in jail. They got arrested. There's a viral clip of them getting arrested. But apparently they added hair plugs. The guy who does the courtroom sketches, they added little hair plugs over Tristan's scalp there. Spain fans have burned the Israeli flag following their World Cup victory. Duopoly Destroyer says we were cheering for Spain to win, but this is really why we were cheering for them. I didn't see him burn the flag, but I did see a car drive over it. So, Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested, says Donald Trump, in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. The fact that he needs to tweet that? I mean, it says everything. Parody Jeff says, can Trump really override an arrest of Netanyahu in New York City? So apparently Netanyahu is coming to New York City, and Mamdani has previously stated that if Netanyahu comes to New York City, he'll arrest him. He'll have him arrested. And he hasn't backed down from that. He's made I think I saw his most recent statement, something to the effect of, this is what international law says. I'm, a proponent of international law. I will uphold international law, something to that effect. But here's some guy who definitely doesn't want to go to America because he fears being arrested. And he fears going many places, in fact, according to this clip. Okay. It's pretty gross. It's just two demons fork-tonguing each other. And in English, what he says, France has an arrest warrant against me. Britain is against me. Spain is against me. So let's go with Argentina, is what he said, in terms of who he's supporting for the World Cup. So we all know how that turned out.
Oh,
That's a longer
are you
clip.
going to get
I'm
one?
not sure what it is.
Do I get one?
Can you think about one bad thing about phone hacking? Because
let's see. What is this? This must be a different clip.
are you going to get one?
Do I get one?
Can you think about one bad thing about phone hacking? Because you were aware of
it's
phone
completely
hacking.
wrong.
You were found culpable for knowledge of hacking into phones. Do you want to talk about that, or do you want to play silly Orientalist games?
Everybody knows that.
I mean, I already lost brain cells sitting through your interview with Clavicular. So why do I have to play these silly games?
I've only asked you to name one bad thing
So
about
did
the
I.
Iranian regime. I've given you multiple opportunities to say one.
We're all suffering
You
through
couldn't
this
say
together,
one.
aren't we?
I think viewers can
Would you even call the
viewers can make
Iranian
their own minds
regime?
up.
I mean,
Max
this is it.
Blumenthal,
You wouldn't even
I've got to
call
leave it
the
there. I
UK
gave you
regime.
multiple chances. You couldn't
Would
think
you
of a
call the
single
UK regime?
bad thing
You live
to
under
say
a regime.
about
You're
the
part of a
Iranian
regime. You
regime. So
enforce
we're going
the
to leave it
regime.
there. Max
Would you
Blumenthal,
call the UK
thank you very
regime?
much.
Piers Morgan demanded Max Blumenthal say one bad thing about the Iranian regime. Blumenthal refused on the grounds that his government is slaughtering Iranian children. There you go. When he challenged Morgan to condemn phone hacking and call Britain a regime Piers Morgan ended the interview. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Max is maxing. Max is a beast. I mean, you could say I disavow your classification of the Iranian government as the Iranian regime. You're using a pejorative just to describe them. So you're baking in your political bias into the question. I reject the line of questioning, the framework for the question. Also, it's not, an American's job to point finger. I mean, I know that's what we do, but any American with a conscience, like Max Blumenthal certainly demonstrates he has, does not point the finger at victims of United States foreign policy. We engineered the Iranian government to be this way. I mean, by imposing the yoke of imperialism and capitalism onto their country. We've violated their sovereign rights. We've sanctioned their country for decades. We cooed their country. I mean, we've conducted wars against this country. It's been stated U.S. foreign policy to destroy Iran ever since 1979, and even before that. If that's why we cooed their government in 1953. So we take responsibility. It's not like things happen in a vacuum and this is just how the government looks. No, the government looks that way because of foreign aggression. If you want to pearl clutch about, impurities in the Iranian government, I'm not saying that there are any, I understand that no country is perfect, but you're, showing your own ignorance and bias and xenophobia and double standard when you pearl clutch at foreign countries who you've been decimating. Your country's been decimating their country for decades now. Here's a clip. It says, if Jews in Israel can spit at Christians, then Lithuanian Christians can spit at the Chosenites, right? Are these Chosenites about to get spit on? What's going on here?
Labas. Mokat kalbėt lietuviškai?
Only English, please.
Only English?
English, bro.
I heard you love to split on Christians, yes?
No.
But I saw many videos.
Not at all.
What will be if I split on you?
No, not at all.
But I want to do it.
I want to split on you.
Because you need to go home, which is not your home.
Be messy.
I don't understand you.
No?
No. Speak Lithuanian. This is Lithuania.
Yeah, the gall of these Jays saying, oh no, English, excuse me. They're in Lithuania? They're like, English only, thank you. Fuck you.
How do you feel? How do you feel? Okay? Bye-bye. Go Lithuania this is Lithuania, go home.
Based. All right. Made me smile. I think that the arrest of the Tate brothers is real, but these two clips are clearly fake. You can see the police guard, or the police guy, he completely disappears. Obviously, that clip is AI. Apparently, this picture is AI, but I don't think that I think that just means that people made AI videos about the real
Tucker,
event.
as I've mentioned.
That's all I can say. Here is Ben Shapiro slamming Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens for defending Muslim pornographers. Andrew and Tristan Tate. Guess this, he says. Judaism opposes pornography and finds it a sin. And yet I just did this video about how many Jays own porn websites or magazines or involved in, websites like OnlyFans.
Devoted hours of airtime proclaiming Tate's innocence.
So that's big if true.
So did Candace. The vice president followed the Tate brothers on X. Paul Ingrassia,
right,
who was
Thank
one
you.
of the
You put it much more succinctly than I just did, Thugbone. Pornhub is literally owned by a rabbi.
their lawyers, is now serving as a White House liaison. He had previously tweeted that Tate was, quote, the embodiment of the ancient ideal of excellence. That was why he had been targeted by, quote, the satanic elite that attempt to systematically program and oppress all men. You'll remember that the president's lawyer, Alina Habba, appeared on a podcast with Tate and said she was a big fan, and then she said she had his back. She then ended up walking that back. Now, is this a coincidence? It's all the same people. It's all the same people. These are the conspiracy theorists. These are the reactionary right, horseshoe theory people. These are the Jews did the pornography, and did the Holocaust really happen? Simultaneously hugging Muslim pornographers who allegedly raped white women. Nick Fuentes, immediately.
He's doing the meme, you know, with the hand rubbing dude. I'm not going to say what religion he celebrates. He's standing behind the Muslim, and then another hand rubbing dude standing behind the Christian. And they're like, yeah, he's the enemy.
Tweeted out, free Andrew and Tristan Tate
right
immediately. 1.8 million views on X, a repository of trash. Well, Nick Fuentes put out another tweet in which, again, he said, quote, it would be a national humiliation.
I thought Ben Shapiro said he's going to quit talking about Nick Fuentes.
For the United States to allow the UK to extradite Andrew.
He did a whole expose on Nick Fuentes, and it was like a big deal. He spent hours going through all Nick Fuentes material and trying to, cancel him. And I thought that was it. He put it to rest, and now he's still talking about it. It seems like he failed.
Tristan Tate, 2 American citizens, over trumped-up Me Too charges. He's very defensive of these particular American citizens who currently have passports in the UK and Romania, by the way. The same country.
Oh, really? And this is coming from a dual citizen. Someone with an Israeli passport, Ben Shapiro. But it's a problem. It's only a problem when citizens have passports, American citizens have passports from foreign countries that aren't Israel.
That persecutes white people for speech while importing rapist migrants. Now, why
you see how they're both doing the same shit, Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro? They're both Jewish supremacists. They're doing the same culture war BS. We need to be fearful of migrants, of immigrants, without actually addressing the root cause of why migration occurs to the United States to the extent that it does. And even if it's true that I think most of the immigrants from other countries, that come into the United States are actually from China. They're from like Asia. They're not even from Latin America or Africa or wherever they want to tell us the problem is coming from. But they do the same stuff. It's just, it's so tired.
Why don't you notice the actual thing happening here? Nick Fuentes is constantly claiming to hate pornography. I mean, that's when he's not, having a window open with trans pornography on it. He claims to despise the Jews for supposedly having spread a pornographic culture, despite the fact that Judaism opposes pornography and finds it a sin.
There you go.
But he is defending actual honest-to-God pornographers.
Weird, because Pornhub's owned by a rabbi, just like Thugbone said. OnlyFans, owned by a Jew.
And the name Herzog.
So he's just lying there. Here's the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, claims that he and his family are direct descendants of King Solomon. He says we are descendants of King David. So an imaginary figure from Jewish mythology, King David. He says rabbis have carefully recorded his family tree as proof of his biblical bloodline.
And the name Herzog is a good name. Can you tell us a little bit about your family history as it relates here?
So my family lineage is amazing.
So my family lineage is amazing, yes. I speak like Joseph Goebbels, yes.
I mean, usually people don't know much.
Oh my God, they have such terrible voices. Why do you talk like this?
About all of their lineage, I have incredible
it's just
privilege
my crazy
of knowing
lineage. I have the most amazing lineage. But have you seen my lineage, though? Isn't it quite spectacular?
my family lineage all the way up to King David. We are descendants of King David. And
King David's a fictional character, okay? He's Not real.
It's written through, how do we get it? We get it through rabbis who wrote, I'm a descendant of so-and-so. My late grandfather, my namesake actually, was Rabbi Isaac Halevi Herzog. He was a giant of a spiritual leader. He was first chief rabbi of Ireland.
Look at this guy. I mean, I can't even, I can't say anything. It'd be too anti-Semitic.
And then he became chief rabbi of the land of Israel. But I'm humbly serving my nation in many posts, and now I'm honored to be the head of state of this wonderful nation.
And the name.
So just in case anyone was wondering, the smoke in New York now that's coming from Canada's fires, yes, it's the Jews. Yes, it came from the space lasers. I think they were meant to hit somebody, but they by mistake missed and created a nice fire. But it worked out in the end because it causes problems for the Goyim. So just in case anyone was wondering, the smoke in New York now that
he might be, the J might be trolling us on that, but still pretty
it got so intense at one point. I was reading that you were banned from certain hotels because the hotel.
Yeah,
is that true?
Yes. Yeah, that didn't start happening until 2023, which was the last big tour I did. And both in Europe and in South America particularly, I couldn't find a hotel to stay anywhere in Buenos Aires or in Colombia or in Ecuador.
In Ecuador?
Yeah, well, it had just been taken over by Noboa, who, as we know, is a gangster from Miami. So he's... Who knows what his issues are? Yeah,
you couldn't stay in a hotel in Ecuador, Colombia, or Argentina because you criticized Israel.
Yes. Oh, Uruguay, Montevideo. Uruguay.
Yeah,
I couldn't stay in Montevideo.
Stop saying they control shit, guys.
We did actually stay in a hotel in Quito, in Ecuador, for one night, but they had to pretend I wasn't there. You couldn't make it up, could you?
That's a long way from Israel. What is Quito, Ecuador, or Montevideo, Uruguay, or BA have to do with Israel?
There's an Israeli lobby that is very organized in all of those places, and there may well be in other cities in the world as well. Certainly in many other cities. Frankfurt, they tried to cancel my gig in Frankfurt. They did cancel my gig in Krakow in Poland in 2023.
On what grounds?
Probably he hadn't been to Auschwitz.
On the grounds that they wanted to cancel me because I was critical of the genocide. Because I'm against genocide and they're not. They're in favor of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're all quiet. They're silent. They all keep silent. They close their mouths. You know, they won't speak because they know that they'll get the treatment that I get if they open their mouths. There is a very powerful lobby, and it wants Israel to go on being a genocidal apartheid state and to expand and to take over Lebanon and Syria and Jordan and Greater Israel. It's the plan. It's not a secret.
It got so intense.
You hate Israel. You good movie, so go. Don't touch me. Don't touch you.
Listen to this clown.
You hate Israel.
You hate Israel, so you go.
Israel. You good movie, so go. Don't touch me. Don't touch you. I don't touch you. Don't touch me. But do you... don't do a good movie, שלום, אנחנו פה מדברים מישראל, יש פה את הבן אדם ששונא את ישראל ובא והולך, אתה בא והולך אחרי זה שולח סרטונים לכל העולם. למה אתה פה? למה אתה פה? תקשיב, אתה לא תצלם אותי.
There are thousands of Israelis walking at the Gaza border today, accompanied by 9 Israeli ministers out of 24, so almost half of the ministers in the Israeli government are with them trying to set up new settlements in Gaza.
תהיה התיישבות יהודית בכל עזה, ואנחנו חוזרים הביתה. עזה שלנו.
There they are. All the settlers are gathering around the apartheid wall. There's that bitch. Phew. Of course. There will be no more Arabs in Gaza, says Daniela Wise.
So essentially, the settler movement is doing everything to move into the Gaza Strip and to settle there, to conquer living space.
It's like, what? The Nazi allegories continue. Anybody that uses that word Nazi in today's lexicon and context, and they're not describing Israelis, they need their head examined.
And rid Gaza of what they see as subhuman population.
Crazy.
That sounds familiar to me.
Mize. Oh. Ah. So yalla. Yalla.
He's got it tied. Look, he's got the phone tied to his wrist because he knows they're gonna try to jack it.
יאללה, סע לרכב, יאללה, לרכב, יאללה. אוקיי. לרכב. תסתכל, אחי, לפני שבוע בחברון הוא בא ועשה פרובוקציות, תסתכל. אתה רואה שזה בן אדם אחר? זהו. אחי, בוא תסתכל שזה צעדות של חמאס. זה הבן...
Oh my God. It's like Lionel Messi talking to the refs in the World Cup. He said this, and then he did this, and look, I have a photo. Wah. Cry to the cops. That's from Andre X. Andre says, yesterday, thousands of Israeli far-right activists marched to the Palestine-Gaza border, reportedly led by 8 ministers and more than 20 members of the Knesset. The far-right is attempting to secure settlements in Gaza before the next Israeli election coming at the end of October. It's clear that the Messianic Zionist movement will not stop at the West Bank or Gaza. They will attempt to take as much land as possible and dispossess as many Arabs as possible. Literally what Ben-Gvir just said, or what Daniela Weiss said. Ben-Gvir said, we're coming home to Gaza. And Daniela Weiss said that there will be no Arabs in Gaza for the purpose of their Lebensraum project.
The ideology of the Iranian Islamist regime is based on the belief that Allah compels the
Allah? I'm a holla at Allah. Where you at, Allah? Is Allah in the room with us right now?
No, but Mark Levin's 5-head is. Look at that thing. It's like Mars Attacks. Jesus Christ.
Of the West, and that dying in service of Allah is martyrdom.
Here he goes. He's going to get real shrill for us, folks. Then he'll start, by the end of this clip, he'll start bleeding from the eyes. His voice in a loud shrill.
Mutual assured destruction is not a deterrence.
A deterrence.
So how do we eliminate the regime?
Oh, but they would eliminate the regime. Oh.
Well, there's some things we haven't tried for some reason.
Oh, my God.
First, rather than pushing away Israel, we didn't push away Thatcher. We didn't push away Churchill. Rather than pushing...
You look like you get your shit pushed in, speaking of...
away Israel and Netanyahu, we should embrace their military. We should embrace their intelligence.
We should embrace their military. Wait till my lawyer hears about all of this.
Expertise in the region, as we did early in this war. Regardless of what the Arab states and Turkey and Pakistan think or what they want, it is in our national security interest to end the Iranian regime as fast as we can. Period. Just as
you guys suck at it. What can we tell you? You lost, Mark. I'm sorry. You're not going to get your mutually assured destruction. You're not going to get Iran destroyed. The entire civilization won't be obliterated. Sucks to suck, I guess. Why are you still griping about this? You lost, you motherfucker.
Reagan worked with Thatcher. We must continue to work with Netanyahu.
Reagan worked with Thatcher, and that's why we must continue working with Netanyahu. Yeah, those are two really great historical political figures to want to emulate, of course. Sounds about white.
He's a strength. He is a strength.
I mean, the fact that they have to do this, you know, they have to put on this little show and say these things in a shrilly voice, it sort of lets you know what's actually happening. They're fucking losing, and they're pissed about it. Cry harder. Jackson Hinkle says, we want Americans to die for Israel. Well, of course, and they are. They did, and they have, and they will, and they can continue to be.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Heather from News 12.
Are you looking at arresting anybody else on that list of people who've committed international war crimes?
My point is that if someone is charged with a warrant by the International Criminal Court for these kinds of crimes, that's something I believe that should be honored, and I've also said that we will follow our local laws.
Thank you. And now,
God, how based would it be? How based would it be if I'll be a Mom Donnie fan. I mean, I'm not like not a Mom Donnie fan. I mean, I just don't. I'm more of not a fan of the euphoria, the liberal euphoria that surrounds this mayor, because he's a democratic socialist who's trying to implement mild reforms. You know, he's not even trying to rock the boat, you know, to my liking. But it's certainly, you know, there are worse things to get behind, but so he says, my point is that if someone is charged with a warrant by the ICC for these kinds of crimes, it's something I believe that should be upheld. But yeah, if he arrests Netanyahu, I mean, he'll go down in the history books.
Spain is a wasted cause.
Here's Donald Trump talking shit about Spain about a week ago, maybe 10 days ago or more. And then cut to his you know, Spain's championship win, and he's there trying to revel in it like he did something. So Trump slams Spain, then has to hand them the cup. Efforts to congratulate the players were met with appropriate coldness. Then Trump can't get out of the way for their celebration. What an idiot. God, these clips are just laughable, and I had secondhand embarrassment. I mean, if you're not embarrassed as an American watching this goblin try to suck up all the attention in the room.
Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back.
No visits, and then here he is, congratulating them on their World Cup win in America.
Treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain.
Thank you, Daddy. You saw how he's like, oh, he said a nice thing to me. I am his son. He is my daddy. Thank you, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy.
But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So
wouldn't that be funny if he was just like, no, that is a great chair. The chair next to me is awesome. It's a good chair. No, it's a great chair. And he would have been, thank you, Daddy, thank you.
They probably figured they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them.
Mark Rutte is the greatest doormat that Trump could have asked for.
Take it immediately. Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people. Let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir.
This guy is so delusional.
They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them.
It makes it more funnier when you watch this next clip, more that he doubles down against Spain. The rest of the team's like, don't associate with him. Look, there's Infantino, the infantile Infantino, saying, "Hey, let's get at it. Let's go. Come on, let's get." You saw how he runs across the stage? There he is. He waddles. Trying to take credit. So he gets photoshopped out of that photo, by the way.
Okay, so you know how nonprofits are a fraud?
I mean, yes. I mean, what way do you mean it?
Well, namely because in majority of cases, they can't exist without the problem subsisting, right? So they don't oftentimes actually seek to solve the problem, because once that problem is solved, then there's no use for them. So, I mean, there are many other ways that they are fraudulent, but that is one. That is what you're describing. Like, if you solve it, if you solve the issue of the two sides, et cetera, of the lesser of two evils, then you actually have to do something. Then something actually has to happen. You end up removing an entire crux of folks who have built their whole existence on trying to find an other. And we are in a time, again, and I will say this again, I do not believe that any truly leftist candidate is genuinely trying to win, because there's no way to be a leftist in the Senate, in Congress, or in the president, or as the president or in his cabinet. There is no way to do that in the current existence of the United States.
That's right. She's speaking about how we have structural problems which will never be solved by marginal solutions.
Completely counterintuitive, counter-revolutionary. And again, well, not again, because I didn't say this before, but the United States is not sovereign. And that's the biggest lie, is folks acting like this is some, place that's making decisions on its own. And, that Trump is sitting somewhere at night getting inspiration during his REM sleep and then waking up and saying, we're going to do this thing. Like, that's just not the reality of where we are. And until we are willing to actually address that reality, we're going to keep talking in circles, because we're going to keep pruning branches instead of getting to the root. And the root is that the United States and this whole electoral process that we have really, really sunk our teeth into and, really committed ourselves to changing is actually not the true problem. That is the thing that's put in front of us. The true problem is the world banking system and the IMF. This is a global issue.
Yes.
The United States is but the United States has been used in the same way that England was used to be a colonizer. And Israel has been its laboratory in order to create the weapons that continue to fund the ways in which these control systems go. And until we actually connect the dots outside of here, we're just keeping ourselves entertained. It's just instead of doing the bread and circuses with football, we're doing the bread and circuses with politics. And I know that because these people be fucking performing.
Yeah,
I was an actress. I am an actress. I know a performer when I see one. And listen, J.D. Vance deserves a SAG award.
That was very based. This is something I want to sink my teeth into as well. Speaking of sinking your teeth into, this is Whitney Webb's new podcast. Jesus. Whitney Webb's new podcast, the Unlimited Hangout. And I think she's talking about Polymarket, prediction markets in general, which are all the craze, monetizing future markets of events and ideas. Because, that should be financialized too. I mean, everything else is financialized. Why not that? Why not predictions? Why not gambling? Economy. What in the actual fuck is this? Oh. What is this? Anne Frank?
Step up and provide, whether it's hardware or financing, to help carry that.
Sometimes Twitter does that to be a... Anyway. Anne Frank's toughest battle wasn't what you think. What is... This looks like a theatrical play about Anne Frank.
Every day is a battle. When you're proud, when you're queer, when you have a vagina. Every day in our lives we are fighting a war. Every day is a battle. When you're proud, when you're queer, when you have a vagina. Every day in our lives we are fighting a war.
Slam Frank? I don't want to slam Frank. What is this? Anne Frank Afro-Latin hip-hop musical. What in the woke mind virus is this liberal slop that we just watched? I gotta hear that falsetto about having a vagina.
Every day is a battle. When you're proud, when you're queer, when you have a vagina. Every day in our lives we
Beautiful. Brought a tear to my vagina. Marco Rubio asks other countries to help the United States. What a clown. What a clown show. We're trying to protect global shipping, but other countries need to step up and help carry that burden. It's not the United States' job to protect the entire planet forever. That was the United States' job, though.
It is not the
Now
United
you're
States'
upset
job
about
to
it?
protect shipping in the entire planet forever. We need to protect global shipping, but other countries need to begin to step up and provide, whether it's hardware or finances, to help carry that burden.
He's departing for something called the ASEAN Summit, which I think is Southeast Asia NATO? I don't know. What is ASEAN? Association of Southeast Asian Nations. What neoliberal organization is this? A regional political and economic organization that promotes cooperation, stability, and growth across Southeast Asia. Not if Marco Rubio is the keynote speaker. I beg to differ.
I don't understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and U.S. military bases. Because
Well, Maria Bartiromo, that's because you take your talking points from Donald President Trump.
the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military.
She quotes Trump just as I say that.
And the president continues to reiterate that. I don't.
Literally. Does it ever occur to you, Maria, that maybe the president is lying? I don't understand. The president said this, and yet Iran is doing the complete opposite of what the president said. Me confused. What? Because Donald Trump is Jesus, and he never lies. Everything he says is manna from heaven.
Well, a major rescue operation has taken place in Guatemala to intervene in an extremist cult, Lev Tahor. Let's take a look at what happened. Guatemalan authorities raided the extremist Jewish cult Lev Tahor in Guatemala over the weekend, rescuing 160 children and teens.
So the Jewish cult is commenting on the Jewish cult. Another aspect of the Jewish cult. Jewish extremist cult Lev Tahor in Guatemala was raided, and 160 children and teens were rescued following allegations of course, rape, human trafficking, forced marriage, and other forms of abuse. This was founded in Israel. So this is an Israeli media person.
A rescue operation has taken place in Guatemala to intervene in an extremist cult, Lev Tahor. Let's take a look at what happened. Guatemalan authorities raided the extremist Jewish cult Lev Tahor in Guatemala
But don't say the Jews are a cult, guys. That's anti-Semitic.
over the weekend, rescuing 160 children and teens from the community following allegations of rape, human trafficking, forced marriage, and other forms of abuse. Lev Tahor was founded in 1988 in Israel and is a known extremist cult that settled in Guatemala between 2014 and 2017. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security assisted Guatemalan authorities in the investigation of the cult following the escape of 4 minors in November.
Se sospecha la posible comisión de delitos de trata de personas y algunos otros delitos, específicamente en la modalidad de embarazo forzado, maltrato contra personas menores de edad y violación. Se sospecha que estos delitos habrían sido cometidos por un integrante de la comunidad denominada Lev Tahor contra personas menores de edad pertenecientes a dicha comunidad.
Guatemalan authorities also stated that suspected bones of a child were found on the premises of the cult. In addition to the 160 children taken from the cult, 40 women were also rescued in the raid, which involved dozens of police officers as well as social workers. Lev Tahor has a sordid history with the law, with 2 cult leaders being convicted of kidnapping and child sexual exploitation in New York in 2021.
What's crazy is that this bitch speaking is like the biggest Israeli Hasbarista.
Rescue operation has taken
So
place.
I wonder, like, if there's any self-reflection, like, if she thinks that she's being anti-Semitic just by reporting this story, because it seems like a very anti-Semitic story. Talking about Jewish cults engaged in all this illegal activity. Okay, here he is.
World Cup final is something you check off your bucket list. So far, it has been such a disappointment. This game sucks.
The Jew is disappointed in something. He's here to complain, of course. Of course. It's like the Jewish proverb, always send the meal back at least once. To kvetch. Voice your dissatisfaction. Even if it's good, you got to do it. It's a Jewish tradition. He's like, I'm reporting from all these major world events just to tell you how much they suck and I hate it and how I'm a victim of it for sure.
We're into the 65th minute. It's 0-0. Lionel Messi, greatest soccer player of all time, barely touched the ball. I don't think Argentina's taken one shot on goal. The halftime shows suck. You can't compare this to a Super.
I mean, that's a rare Shmuley W. I mean, the halftime show did suck. It was awful.
Super Bowl. I've never been to a Super Bowl, but I don't know.
You've never been, Rabbi Shmuley? Never been to a Super Bowl? Sounds like you are the victim of anti-Semitism. You probably never went because you're Jewish, and that's a hate crime. I would get the ADL on this stat.
I mean, the costs are crazy, obviously, but 0-0. This is a Super Bowl. We want our money back. This sucks. So all the people that are saying that, this World Cup is going to turn everything around in America, and America's going to embrace soccer. They said the same thing in 1994 in America. Most of the World Cup, or 96, whatever it was, and nobody cared. And this is why. 0-0. Look at this score.
No cream cheese on a bagel. No kosher food.
Let me repeat. I love Lionel Messi. I'm wearing the Argentinian colors, well, somewhat, as best as I could get to the Argentinian colors. All Argentina fans around me. But so far, this game sucks.
You almost ate shit. Happening now, at least yesterday, as of yesterday, hundreds of Israeli right-wing activists managed to arrive to the Gaza fence, calling to establish settlements in Gaza. I think we saw a clip of this a little earlier. They're storming the gates. They're storming the apartheid wall. Look at that. I mean, it looks like it's a wall for a prison, right? I mean, that's exactly what that looks like. It's crazy because just on the other side of the wall, your life expectancy plummets. Your daily nutrition intake plummets. Your quality of life plummets. Your access to resources it plummets, and your ability to acquire a job. I think before October 7th, it was reported, and you can fact check me on this, but that the life expectancy in Gaza was something like a decade lower than somebody from Ashkelon, which is just a few miles down the road in occupied Palestine. So that's just one more consequence of the blockade, of course, and one more piece of evidence that there is an apartheid state being implemented. They're so tribal. Here is just 1 month ago. This is Donald Trump signing the MOU. We all just flashback, right? 1 month ago. Look at where we're at now.
Bravo.
Oh, cheers. They signed that in Versailles, remember? So much for all that. A month later, the MOU is poo-poo. There is no MOU. We're back at war. Now there's talk of a ground invasion. More American soldiers are being killed across the Middle East. And we're back to noticing full time. This is insane. Twitter suspended the account of the British consulate in Jerusalem for this tweet. Joint local statement of diplomatic missions on the extensive use of administrative detention by Israeli authorities without formal charge. Over 9,000 Palestinians are detained in Israeli prisons, including thousands held without a charge or a trial. Human rights organizations describe prison conditions for Palestinians as severe and life-threatening, citing inadequate food, denial of medical care, systematic abuse. Detainees have the right to be informed about the charges. Okay, well, they deleted that. I wonder why, Enheimer. Pepe Escobar writes, what is Yemen doing? The Yemeni Air Armed Forces have declared a naval blockade of Saudi Arabia, a siege for a siege, effective immediately. How will Saudi Arabia export its oil? How will Pakistan react? Yemen has balls of steel. It is preemptively dismantling a massive planned assault against the axis of resistance unfolding behind the scenes.
So my family lineage is...
We talked about his family.
I want my money back. I want every last American penny that was sent to Israel returned. With interest, mind you. I don't give a fuck if you gotta invade their country and sack it like it was fucking Rome. I don't give a shit if we have to drain each individual Israeli's bank account. I want my money back. Why the fuck are my tax dollars going over to a disgusting, repugnant apartheid genocide?
I mean, the funny part is that it's not actually in Israeli accounts. It's just back at JP Morgan Chase. It's back on Wall Street. That's where the money ultimately ends up. Back into the hands of the central or the commercial banks and the weapons contractors, the defense industry, the military industrial complex of the United States. That's what's going on here. I mean, some of it is obviously sent to Israel and used in Israel, but a lot of it's just funneled back into the coffers of the Wall Street financial planners and managers, investment bankers, and, the titans of industry, the weapons industry.
Rape state where they give their own people universal health care. They give their
Yeah, Israel gets vouchers for Lockheed and Raytheon.
Own people free college. Why do I have to fund their
defense?
defense?
That's true. The money does go towards, like, social subsidies. We socialize Israel, We pay for their health care. We do pay for their public infrastructure as well. But remember that we hate socialism. Socialism is not for Americans, it's for Israelis. That's who it should be. Our money should be funding the social infrastructure for Israel, of course.
It's a nation the size of New Jersey. Why the fuck does my money have to go to those disgusting people? Somebody please fucking answer this for me. It is no longer defund Israel. It is defund Israel and give us our money back. If there's one fucking thing I know they got, it's money.
There's one fucking thing that I know. Unless you dismantle the banking system, make banking a public utility, kick out the fucking Epstein donor class from all levers of political power in our country. It doesn't matter if we defund Israel and they give the money back like this guy wants. It's just going to go end up in the hands of hedge fund managers and investment bankers.
I want my money back. I want
The genocidal Israel-loving Ina Vernikov is crying to Marco Rubio because the NYC mayor said he was looking at his legal options for arresting Netanyahu if he comes to New York City. Ina is an Israel First agent who enjoyed intimidating students with her gun until she got arrested. Here is her post saying she wrote to Secretary Rubio. They're such tattlers, man. God. Like when I make a post on Twitter and like about Israel or something, and commenters are like tagging the FBI and the CIA and the Mossad, try to come and get me or something. I wrote to Secretary Rubio with a request that Zohran Mamdani's threats to arrest Netanyahu be investigated by the State Department, and that the department issue an opinion on whether the mayor can be prosecuted. Wait till their lawyer hears about this. Taken against him for attempting to arrest a sitting foreign diplomat. Well, that's just according to international law there, councilwoman. Cry about it.
I want my money back.
The 2 U.S. service
Of course,
members.
here she is. Same girl. Same lady, I should say. Same heathen. Same troglodyte. Here's New York City Councilwoman Ina Vernikov arrested for bringing gun to a pro-Palestinian rally at Brooklyn College. And she would if she could. She would totally use it.
Were killed, leaving a third missing, though.
Fox News, Trump is expressing profound grief over the dead U.S. service members, and then they proceed to show a clip of Donald Trump obviously unbothered. Laugh my fucking ass off.
The 2 U.S. service members were killed, leaving a third missing, though unidentified remains have been found. That person is still unidentified at this time. The president, though, is expressing profound grief for this.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three. It's probably three as opposed to two.
Three.
Great patriots.
Not in honor of anyone else, just the probably three. Well, if you're just joining us, it's not probably three. It's more like probably 8, because there's a report that 5 that were airlifted on a medical evacuation flight did not survive their flight to the whatever hospital they were going to. And we know in addition to that, there were 100 casualties, and apparently Iran targeted a Chew. Not a Jew, but a Chew. They targeted a Chew, which is a something housing unit. Something starting with a C and then housing unit. Like a barracks, basically. But here, this says it all right here. The U.S. soldiers that were sent to die in the Middle East for Israel's wars. Think about them. And then meanwhile, think about this. The families of the people who pushed those wars are enjoying the World Cup from luxury seats. The ruling class gets the view. Ordinary families get the coffins. Here is Iranian Foreign Minister Bagay. Is he the foreign minister? I don't know. I thought foreign minister was Arakchi. Maybe he's the finance minister. In either case, he says, when America talks about diplomacy, it means intimidation, inciting, and imposing their demands. He's not wrong.
سال اول روبیو گفته که آماده پیگیری دیپلماتیک باید
ما این آمادگیشون رو بارها دیدیم، امتحان کردیم. وقتی آمریکا سخن از دیپلماسی میگه،
when America talks about diplomacy, it means imposition, he says.
منظورش تحمیل، ارعاب، تهدید و تحریم هست. و قطعاً مادامی که در این فضا باشند و به دنبال تحمیل خواسته‌هاشون بر ملت ایران باشند، حتما پاسخ ما متقابلا دفاع از کرامت و حاکمیت ملی ایران خواهد بود.
Okay, we got plenty of embarrassing clips to show you of Donald Trump trying to steal the spotlight. Why is Trump handling the trophy, says George Galloway? Why is he in the player zone? This is the FIFA World Cup, not the Donald Trump Cup. Get Infantino out. The irony in Trump going from trashing Spain to handing them the World Cup in just a few days. Pay attention to how Infantino had to, usher him away from the shot. They're like both holding it. He's like, no, I want to be the one. No, but can I be the one? It's like the head of the FIFA and the president of the United States are fighting over which person's going to give the team the trophy. Donald Trump just has to insert himself. He has to be in the moment. Oh my God, such an embarrassment. I have such embarrassment. Secondhand embarrassment. Here are the two service members that were killed that we have identified. There's Feehan. He was 25 years old, and this is Isabella Gonzalez. She was just 19 years old.
Rob, you know what you're talking about.
They both died for Israel. Here is a former United States Navy SEAL, Rob O'Neill. He was the one that shot bin Laden. And he's talking about the investigation of Charlie Kirk. Let's see what he has to say.
Rob, you know what you're talking about. That's why we had you on. You know about ballistics?
Yeah, they did. I mentioned that earlier. Thank you for reminding us. The Spain team, or maybe the Spanish government, in their post about winning the World Cup, they photoshopped Donald Trump out of the photo. And I think I have a post about it here. We'll get to it.
You shot bin Laden. What bothers you the most about this investigation?
Thanks for having me, Rob, and good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things it bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera.
I've killed people like that's so funny.
I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask these questions because you've been there. General, same to you. So this rifle, this 30-06, it's a powerful rifle. What do you make of this narrative that the bullet might have hit Charlie's spine, which would explain why the damage wasn't
the miracle spine? He had a steel neck. He had a neck of steel.
What you would typically see with a rifle like that from that range.
No, that's not what happened. And this is the thing that hurts here is, and what bothers me the most out of it.
Wait, did you say, General, you don't think that's what happened?
Absolutely not. I'm with Rob. Something exploded on him. But I don't have to get into the details because I'm not in a court of law having to prove a darn thing. Here's what bothers me is there are millions of vets with Rob's training. Training in combat arms as low as mine is. I'm a pilot. But we have enough training to know better than the garbage that was foisted upon us from the Justice Department that day, where they seemingly solved the case in about 8 hot seconds. And we know better. You're not going to take a 30-06 with a kid who's never killed anybody up onto a roof. He takes his first life and does all the things that Rob says he did. So what bothers me, Rob, in all of this is that they know that we know better, and yet they foist this as the narrative and the parable anyway. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Well, why?
That's a question I had early on. Like, why would they say it's a 30-06? I mean, if it's a lie, why would you make up that it's a 30-06 round when that's so disprovable? It's so laughable.
Why would you do that in a circus where there's so many of us who are already going to go, well, that's not exactly what happened at all?
You know, Lee Harvey Oswald, 1963 in Dallas, I think a lot of people never thought something like that could happen again, because now everybody's got a cell phone, everybody's got a camera, except for this day in September. In general, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to that. But there is this narrative, Rob, about this gun. Again, tell everyone at home about this rifle, this 30-06, that Tyler Robinson would have had to take apart, get up onto the roof, put back together, and then he apparently jumped off the roof with it. And then he was seen eating, apparently, at a steakhouse right down the road, not that long after this assassination took place. It all just sounds completely... Yeah. It just is, it's hard to believe is what it is. And I hope we find out the truth in court. Rob, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, the screwdriver that probably wouldn't have worked to take it apart or put it together in the first place was left on the rooftop anyway. So he jumped off the roof and put it back together without the screwdriver that probably didn't work anyway. Put it back together, wrapped it up, and put it nicely in a bunch of trees, and then ran off and started texting someone like English was a second language. I mean, the whole thing's just shady. 30-06 is 30 caliber, invented in 06. It's a 1906 to kill big game. And if you hit something in the spine, especially a human, I've shot ballistic gelatin all the time. I've never shot a human with 30-06, but I know it would do a lot more than that. If it was just a 30-06 shooting too, that went left to right, not from front to back. You can clearly see an exit wound on Charlie Kirk's left-hand side. And then it just is. Why are we supposed to believe everything we see on TV? Shut up, believe it. That's the narrative. No,
he called it an exit wound, which is what it was. When people are saying that, if you know, according to the official FBI story, Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk on top of this building, directly in front of Charlie Kirk, they tried to tell us that was an entry wound.
It's not. I'm SEAL Team 6 sniper. I went to sniper school in 1998. I'm telling you.
Such a good point. Final question, General, to you.
What was his final point? Let's go back.
Why are we supposed to believe everything we see on TV? Shut up, believe it. That's the narrative. No, it's not. I'm SEAL Team 6 sniper. I went to sniper school in 1998. I'm telling you.
Such a good point. Final question, General, to you. There was this guy, and the media and the FBI just labeled him a wacko, this guy George Zinn. This is the 71-year-old guy who immediately after it happened jumped out and said that he shot Charlie Kirk. And in the moments, the aftermath, I was here in the newsroom, we thought it was this guy. And the FBI even said, we got our guy. Why would someone make that claim in a situation like that? I know that you don't have the answer to that, General, but it just was very bizarre.
No, but there's been a lot of reporting that he's got an interesting past all unto himself, and he's been at several scenes of the crime. Needs to be looked into. I'm more interested in a gentleman named Zach Qureshi, who it was tweeted out, well, we got our guy. They didn't name him at the time. We got our guy. And then 90 minutes later, oh, we don't got our guy. Well, that's 90 minutes that a real killer could have fled the scene. But if you're...
Yeah, I think that George Zinn was a plant to have a little distraction in the fog of the attack, try to divert authorities and buy time for whoever. Get out of there.
You're going to tell me that Tyler Robinson, with his background, is that cold-hearted a killer that he can do all the things that were just reported, and then he's going to show up at a restaurant and go, totally good now. I'm sorry. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
And then go ahead and hand the defense team all of the evidence so that they can get their continuance for the probable cause hearing, because that's not normal either. So follow the normal, boring steps to a murder investigation and just follow them transparently for the country, because it's high interest.
And again,
we'll all be fine and we'll stop asking questions.
This is just, for me, it's just about the truth. And we're just asking these questions. You know, we didn't get the truth in 1963. They killed Lee Harvey Oswald, and then they killed Jack Ruby. So we never got the truth. And I feel like it just keeps happening, and we don't want it to happen again. You talk about Butler, Pennsylvania. Rob, I have so many questions about Butler, Pennsylvania, and we're now coming up on the 2-year. And
I wanted to hear about Butler, Pennsylvania.
Rob, you know what you're talking
about? That's another PSYOP, too. Here's the explosion outside of a federal building in New York. Earlier today, it looks like. Not sure what that's about. Guy emerges with his gun drawn. Oh, shit. Maybe the Joker is up to some shit? Are they filming a Batman scene? false flagging scheme, maybe.
Whoa.
Shit's crazy.
Looks like they got their perk.
Some guys set off fireworks.
More than fireworks, they were really ammunition.
Oh my God! Well, get my lawyer.
Yeah, I heard it when I was online, and it sounded like a hell of a lot
He
more.
threw Molotov cocktails.
Shit.
In front of them.
Yeah, I was just across the street eating my bagel. And I said, oh my God. This is like Auschwitz. Look at these Everybody's got their gun drawn, running around suspicious. Get back, get back. Hey, I'm walking here. Oh shit, here he comes. Let's see his... Oh, it's a Muslim. It's a brownie. Somebody. That didn't look too good. Pentagon identifies two... Yeah, we know about this. I think this was the exact moment of the strike, though, that killed these two. Oh yeah, we saw that too. Yep, that's the viral clip of the attack. Argentine fans in New York called U.S. police after a fan raised a Palestinian flag at their meeting point. Oh my goodness. Police told them carrying the Palestinian flag is completely legal and refused to intervene. He's not supposed... The guy that called the police has got an Argentinian flag as a shirt. No, but I don't like this flag. Can you arrest him, please? He's waving a flag with colors I don't like.
He's raising a flag today, let's learn to get along.
What did he say? He's raising a flag and he's saying, let's go.
He's raising a flag today, let's learn to get along.
Couldn't make that.
Everybody's here, it's a protected speech.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You don't like it, write a congressman.
Write a congressman. Look, they're trying to get this man arrested. That's so gay.
I understand that, but you understand what you're doing is inflammatory, so you have to understand where they're coming from. Have a little empathy.
Man, when you make a cop look good... There it is. Spain edited Trump out of the photo. That's pretty hilarious, huh? He was right there. But now he no longer there. They're like, get the fuck out of our victory photo. Cunt. Sorry. This just... I favorited this tweet from Benjamin Netanyahu because it just says everything about their society. And it's like... Every time we hear from Netanyahu, he's had to defend the IDF soldiers against a lot of outrageous accusations. He's constantly having to do this. I mean, it's like, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's probably a duck. He says, I strongly reject the outrageous statements against IDF soldiers from the religious Zionist camp. So part of his flock is turned on him. IDF soldiers, religious, secular, or ultra-Orthodox, leave their homes, their jobs, and their families and risk their lives to defend the state of Israel, its citizens, and the entire Jewish people. They deserve profound appreciation, gratitude, and full support. So the fucking president of Argentina forgot to unschedule his victory tweet. There is no celebration. Argentina lost. So Javier Milei has this tweet. Says world celebration. Given the concern about the celebrations for the achievement reached by the Argentine national team, I inform the population that depending on what the players and the technical staff decide regarding the day to celebrate, it will be declared a national holiday. And people are like, what the fuck are you celebrating, you dumbasses? You guys lost. But, you know, I think also he didn't necessarily mention that they won. He just said celebration for the achievement reached. So it could have been a scheduled tweet that covered his ass because he didn't say, oh my God, Argentina wins. But people are making it out like that's what happened. Whatever. I don't care. I hate the guy anyway. So yeah, let's make fun of him. Here is the Rabbi Shmuley of soccer, Lionel. Officer.
Interesting, though, because you talk about support for Israel. The New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani just this weekend was asked by the New York Times if he thinks there's room in the party for Democrats who work with AIPAC. And Mayor Mamdani said, quote, if they are Democrats and they run as Democrats and they win as Democrats, then they should be part of the Democratic Party. When you were asked by CNN if support for Israel could be about anything other than money, you told CNN, quote, not if you're a Democrat and you believe in human rights, unquote. You also said, quote, every definition of a Jewish state ends up in some articulation of illiberal values, unquote. So it sounds as though, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds as though you and Mayor Mamdani disagree about how big this tent should be, whether there's room for it in the tent for Israel supporters.
Well, Jake, I'll tell you this. There's always room in the tent for folks. And I'm for human rights. I'm for equal rights to peace, dignity.
You hear that, folks? We got room for you in the tent.
And self-determination. Whatever you think about the right of Israel to exist, I wonder if they have a right to our tax dollars. And here's the thing about it. Every time I come on CNN, you guys have...
And here's the thing about it. He's so polished.
Me the same questions about these theoretical rights of existence or whether or not I agree with the mayor of New York. I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And in Michigan, people can't afford their basic needs. They don't get the healthcare they need and deserve. They're worried about the quality of their kids' school. And the question seems less to be about the interests of Michiganders than the fact of something happening 6,000 miles away. I'm running for Michigan Senate, and I want our tax dollars spent in Michigan on our schools and on our healthcare. And the idea that somebody wants to vote to send that money away, to me, seems to be an anathema. So, you know, with all due respect to the mayor of New York, I just think my tax dollars should be spent here. And I'd rather have a conversation about Michiganders than what's happening 6,000 miles away.
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee.
Look at people are shaming AOC for trying to sound like a Southern black preacher. Fiorella on Twitter says, one of the cringiest things I've ever seen. And her Southern black preacher accent needs a lot of work. This is her, Hillary Clinton, hot sauce and purse moment. And honestly, not just disingenuous, but gross.
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind.
Behind. I think that's the black Southern preacher accent coming out. The way she says behind. Maybe that's where they're coming from. She's just playing to the room. This is what politicians do. They say and talk like a certain way when they're in the end. You know, behind closed doors, they're completely different.
We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind. We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind.
Behind.
We cannot afford to leave
Sounds like she's going to make me some grits.
Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi
Maybe some country fried steak.
behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind.
Let's leave AOC behind. Iran's Army Navy air defense systems shoot down a Lucas drone belonging to the aggressor enemy in the country's south. DD Geopolitics says, what type of Walmart shit is this? Does look a little janky to me. Massive boos for Trump at the World Cup yesterday. He gets booed everywhere he goes. Remember, he was at the NBA Finals, the New York Knicks, and they lost that game, and he was booed there too. Why does he do it? I mean, he's very unpopular, but he loves to parade it in our faces. This is what an American airstrike did to an Iranian bridge. Oh my god, look at that. Cancel the country. That's it, Iranians. You guys are cooked, man. Pack it up. Pack it up, Iran. It's over. We win. We're winners. We won. Look at that bridge. Decimated, destroyed. Pentagon says casualties are much higher as Iran filmed obliterating this U.S. base. 5 won't make it alive. See, this is the report I was talking about. 5 won't make it alive. 15 with life-threatening injuries. More traumatic brain injuries than anyone knows. This is talking about that same attack that Iran conducted against the Jordanian air base. It says, my count from what I understand, this is from an American pilot who I guess is privy with the information. It says 2 killed, 15 with life-threatening severe injuries being airlifted to Germany. 3 to 5 on board that medevac who will probably not make it to Germany alive. Dozens of minor injuries and troops who took shrapnel and debris. More traumatic brain injuries than anyone currently knows, probably because the concussion wave from the blast, that's like the first thing that happens. Pentagon mass casualties post has been deleted. On giant 204-seat Globemasters Russian casualties from Iran ballistic missile direct hits on major U.S. base. Why? That must be the flight there. You can see that they took. So,
I mean, Iran's economy.
Andrew, look at this. I like this because this guy Borja Iglesias doesn't even look at Trump during the medal ceremony following Spain's victory. Watch this. Boom.
Andrew Colvett, Charlie Kirk's so-called right-hand man, his confidant, his best friend who has taken over Turning Point USA in the wake of Charlie's murder, who has appeared alongside Erica Kirk time and time again over the course of recent months, was the subject of repeated Google image searches on Fort Huachuca in the days and in the weeks leading to Charlie's murder. And being searched right alongside of him, as we just mentioned, was Johnny Moore, Andrew Colvett's mentor, a super Zionist pastor linked to Miriam Adelson. And again, these weren't just Google searches, as if someone was looking for a news story or a biography or upcoming events. No. These were Google image searches. Specifically, their faces were being searched so that they could be identified and then ultimately cleared to come on base at Fort Huachuca. They were being picked up by their drivers and their escorts and let through security checkpoints. Ana Escobar explained all of this to us last night. Yeah, you don't look up on Google Images the guy who replaced Charlie Kirk at his own desk at Turning Point USA days before Charlie Kirk is murdered on the military base where Charlie Kirk's murder was planned and rehearsed, unless that guy, Andrew Colvett, has something to do with your entire operation. And now, more than ever before, we can say with absolute certainty that Andrew Colvett is directly linked to Fort Huachuca. And by extension, Andrew Colvett is linked to the operation that killed Charlie Kirk. Andrew Colvett.
Yeah, I wish that there was more information here about his linkage to Fort Huachuca. And, you know, apparently it's known that I think Erica Kirk was also meeting with, I don't know, military officials or something. She was also spotted on that base. It's very suspicious. Very suspicious. I'm sure she has. I'm sure Candace has gone over it quite a bit. I haven't been really following that rabbit hole as much. I mean, I obviously don't believe the FBI and applaud Stu Peters and Candace Owens in their effort to uncover the truth. Look at this. Not the Talmud. This is the Mishnah Torah, written by Maimonides, one of the foremost authoritative rabbis of history, like the Aquinas of Judaism. This is the chillest Talmud passage. Of course, this guy just corrected. It's actually the Torah. It says, if by contrast a Jewish male enters into relations with a Gentile woman, when he does so intentionally, she should be executed. So a Jewish male enters into relations with a Gentile woman, she should be executed, says the Mishnah Torah. It says here, she is executed because she caused a Jew to be involved in an unseemly transgression. So it's not the Jew's fault for having relations with a Gentile woman. It's the Gentile woman for manipulating the Jew, if you could believe it. Oh, how the turntables. Into an unseemly transgression, as is the law with regard to an animal. Women, animals, according to the Torah, this matters very little, this distinction. This applies regardless of whether the Gentile woman was a minor of 3 years of age. So a 3-year-old, if a Jewish male has sexual relations with a minor of 3 years of age, that 3-year-old should be schmexecuted for manipulating the Jew to be involved in an unseemly transgression. It's like, what did I just read? A 3-year-old, what? She shouldn't have been standing there in her diaper, looking the way that she did. I mean, this is so gross. And yet they sanctify it in their laws, in their Torah. Or as an adult, whether she was single or married. Jesus Christ. I'm still trying to process that, to be honest with you. This is a good post, I'll have to say. Susan Abulhawa says, here's what really happened on October 7th. Number 1, October 7th, 2022. Israeli forces opened fire on a group of Palestinian children near the apartheid wall in Qalqiliyah, killing a 14-year-old boy with live ammunition. October 7th, 2021. Israeli settlers from the Talim settlement cut down more than 100 olive seedlings on Palestinian-owned land in Turkamiya, Hebron, belonging to Aziz Jamal Jafra, the same land where settlers had uprooted the trees the year before. Israeli forces raided at least 9 homes overnight and arrested 11 people, including a father and son together and a 16-year-old without charge. A 55-year-old activist was separately arrested without charge at the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. Israeli forces demolished 2 residential structures in Bab al-Shams village belonging to 2 brothers, the third demolition of their homes within a single year. Israeli gunboats fired on a Palestinian fishing boat off Gaza. We're still on October 7th, 21, okay? This is all just on the same day, 2 years before Octagon 7, 2023. Israeli forces demolished 2 residential structures in Bab al-Shams village belonging to 2 brothers, the third demolition of their homes within a single year. Imagine rebuilding your home 3 times because they rebuilding it twice and then demolishing it 3 times. Within a single year, you had your home destroyed, you rebuild, they destroy it again, you rebuild again, and they destroy it. Just sadistic. I'm just surprised, Saeed, because I thought history began on October 7th, 2023, and I didn't realize that there were actually previous October 7ths prior to Octagon 7, 2023. Israeli gunboats fired. We're still on 2021, by the way. Israeli gunboats fired on a Palestinian fishing boat off Gaza for roughly 2.5 hours overnight. October 7th, 2021. Checkpoints and closures were imposed in Jericho, Bethlehem, Hebron, and Nablus. We're just getting started, okay? October 7th, 2020. On that day, Israeli forces raided Ada refugee camp, Bethlehem, blew open the doors of the camp's People's Committee office, and damaged nearby homes in the process. Palestinian officials called it part of a terror campaign against the camp. Israeli forces raided a boys' school in Jenin, confiscated staff IDs, and copied footage from the school's security camera system. Again, all on the same day, October 7th, 2020, multiple homes raid arrests took place in Beta Yata el-Atzariya, al-Ashamiya, Kushra, Kabatia. Israeli settlers from the Leshem settlement set fire to Palestinian-owned land in Deir Balut, Salfit, burning 50 olive trees. Multiple checkpoints, closures reported in Hebron, Nablus, and elsewhere, disrupting children's abilities to attend school and commutes to work and cutting off access to medical facilities and family. October 7th, 2019, 20-year-old Fadi Osama Hizaji died from sniper wounds sustained months earlier at the Great March of Return protests. Yes, the peaceful March of Return. The peaceful protests. Protesting what? The occupation. What? The blockade. The apartheid. Yes, those protests, which began peacefully in 2019, didn't amount to anything. That's because the Great March of Return did not work. That is what that's what laid the groundwork for Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. The list goes on. I mean, if I read the whole thing to you, it would eat up the entire stream. This goes back to October 7, 2015. Okay? From 2022 to 2015, look at all these crimes that were going on every previous year to October 7th, 2023. I think you get the idea.
Andrew Colvett.
I lost my spot, sorry. See, Pepe Escobar says all bets are off. It seemed that the empire of piracy had avoided targeting Iranian civilian infrastructure after Tehran threatened to counterstrike against the UAE's ports and airports. Not really, he says. The U.S. attacked the Darkovan nuclear power plant in Khuzestan. Where the hell is Khuzestan? I've never heard of that. Is that a part of Is that a part of Iran? I mean, it must be a province in Iran, if I had to guess. I'm using my powers of intuition. Still in construction, and maybe it's the space between Iraq and Iran. I don't know. The U.S. attacked the Darkovan nuclear power plant, still in construction. Once again, international law has been bombed. Escalation ladder's out of control. Iran's wreaking havoc on GCC infrastructure.
Gentlemen, you look like $1 million. Can we ask your stance on Palestine? We already know, but we'd like it confirmed verbally. Verbal confirmation.
We already know just by how you're dressed and your overall demeanor, but we need confirmation, please.
Yeah, we hate the violence. There. It's really, really bad. There's a better way to go about all this.
Yeah. Look at he's so smug with his hand in his pocket and his other hand going free, his other arm going free. He's just like, you know, violence is just like, it's just bad, man. Just like violence, you know? It's like, this guy, if he was president, he would solve the world's problems, no doubt. Because he's like, he understands.
Who are you rooting for, Iran or Israel?
We're not rooting for either
We
side.
knew
We
that.
just want peace. Like, stop this.
Yeah,
Everybody stop this. There must be some way.
But
that we
America
can
is the
come
one
to an
funding it all.
Can't we just all get along?
No.
Can't we all
Why
just
not?
get along?
Because we
He
don't
really
like-
cares as he smirks.
And that's a problem.
That's
Gotta-
a major problem?
We got to figure out how to fix
Bro, you're
that.
a chicken shit, bro. You're a chicken shit jabroni of the day. Jabroni of... Gentlemen, you look like $1 million. Can we ask your stance on Palestine? We already know, but we'd like it confirmed verbally. Verbal confirmation.
I love that. We already know, but we'd like it confirmed verbally.
Yeah, the situation over there. It's really, really bad. There's a better way to go about all this.
There's a better way to go about all this. Yes, there's a better way. Give peace a chance. We just need a two-state solution is all. And a path to peace, a better way is possible. People in Gaza are happy for the Spain win, so that warms my heart.
Democrats are cowards.
Here is a surprise to absolutely no one, says Blakely. Boomer Mar is completing his Why I Left the Left arc, which he's been painfully dragging out for over a decade. Like, we get it, Boomer. You're a fanatical Zionist right-winger. So are a lot of other old farts. You're not that special.
Democrats are cowardly.
Yeah.
They're cowardly. Their party is being taken over now by, you know, every day I hear about a new...
Look at that. I just want to take my two fingers like this, give him the claw, just go right on that nose. Look at that honker. Look at that face. If I drew that face, I'd be arrested for anti-Semitism.
Very radical. I feel very good about, like 10 whenever years ago.
I feel very good about your face looking like a gremlin. He looks like a Judy Gold, if Judy Gold was a lesbian. Wait, no, she is.
Like, I did lose fans.
He looks like a Jewish lesbian.
Because, you know, I wasn't going to go along with some of this crazy stuff on the left, too. I didn't change really on what I thought about the right, but...
No, he got the Mark Twain Award. My goodness. Mark Twain is spinning right now. Spinning, I tell you.
I can't sit and just not notice stuff, which people seem to want to do because it's all about my team or your team.
I'm pretty sure Mark Twain is... I think he was pretty based. Don't we like Mark Twain? I mean, he's way better than Walt Whitman, right? Mark Twain at least disparaged Teddy Roosevelt, if I remember correctly. Mark Twain spoke about the hypocrisy of U.S. foreign policy. He was, you know, I think he was okay. I don't know, unless you guys have other information.
But, yeah, there's some crazy stuff, you know, when we're cheering for the Intifada. I got to cut. I'm out.
Well, I don't know if you saw.
You got to cheer for the genocide, says Bill Maher. Cheer for the Intifada? What? Liberate people that are being oppressed and occupied and blockaded and apartheided and genocide? No, thank you. That's true. He did. He did write that, didn't he? Wait, was that? That was Mark Twain. Damn it. Mark Twain. I think his politics might have been okay. I mean, you just would have had to understand the times, Saeed. No, I'm not defending Mark Twain there. He liked cats, which makes him all right in my book. There you go. I just know that Walt Whitman is one of those, like, I studied in college, and I'm like, and in high school too. And it's like, why do we celebrate this guy? He was literally promoting Lebensraum for the American people. You know, he was a promoter of colonialism. He wanted a full-on ethnic cleansing of Native Americans. He considered them a backwards society. I mean, he was like spiritually Israeli, Walt Whitman. And he's talking about manifest destiny and how great that is, which is essentially Lebensraum. It's the American version of Lebensraum. Anyway.
Jay Clayton is nominated to be the head director of national intelligence. Had a hearing. Just had a hearing.
I'm on
and he was asked.
Democrats are cowards.
Oh, yeah, the Democrats. Anybody still talking about the Democrats and Republicans in 2026? I mean, they're grifting you. You're being scammed. You know, if you believe them. Because it's not about the Democrats and the Republicans. It's about the Wall Street financial managers and planners, investment bankers, hedge fund managers, the elite class of donors who have used their parasitic financial power to lobby the government and accrue political power. And anybody that tells you different is lying to you. And both parties are owned by those same people. So when you're bad-appling the Republican Party or you're bad-appling the Democratic Party to the spite or to the benefit of the other, you're playing that game. And to me, you're cooked. I don't trust you. I don't want to listen to what you have to say. You haven't acknowledged the basics of our society. Okay? That's right. Destroy the Fed. If I was president, day one, banking is a public utility. The government will tax land. It won't be collected as interest to the banks. It won't be collected by an oligarchy who charge rent for resources and land that would exist regardless of these parasites existing or not. Yes, that's number one right there on the list of to-do, okay? On my socialist hit list, we've got to reclaim our control over the monetary system. Through banking, that's how they are able to do everything else. It's because they control the money supply. They control the credit creation, the capital creation. They control the fiscal policy, the monetary policy. They control the interest rates. They control the tax rates. They write these laws into legislation. They write pro-creditor laws. That's what they do. And you can't have credit without somebody's credit is somebody else's debt. And that's what we are. We're debt serfs. Living in a debt-leveraged and debt-serviced economy. It's all debt. And I was thinking about how that's so weird. That we, just by virtue of being born in the world, you are immediately indebted. That's crazy to me. I mean, we should really think about how unintuitive and illegitimate that basic fact of our society is. By default, by being born, you are in debt. And what's even more appalling is that you are indebted to other people who are no different with respect to being born in the same physical world as you. they're faced with the same resources and land. It's the same world. They're born, you're born. But we're indebted to these people for some reason. These people are charging you compound interest for what was God-given, pardon the expression, and would exist with or without them. Either way, I think that's really weird. I think we should let that settle in. I feel that truly, and so should you. There's something very fundamentally wrong here about how we deal with debt and how that is paradoxically thought of as like a productive aspect of our economy. It's not. It's extractive. It doesn't produce anything. But remember, you got to keep using your biodegradable straws. Meanwhile, the cost of filling the tank of this $300 million armored mega yacht is $1.2 million. Look at this thing. Nice soundtrack. Russia strikes another ship in the Black Sea. The Black Sea blockade continues. By the way, never forget that Israel killed 567 Palestinian football players in the past 3 years. And just this month, they killed a Palestinian goalkeeper. And FIFA does nothing. And look at this. Israel's commemorating 85 empty seats. This Sunday, millions of fans will gather to cheer for the national teams in the FIFA World Cup final, but 85 voices from Argentina will be missing. They belong to the victims of the 1994 AMIA terrorist bombing. Wait, I'm turned sports into a political opportunity. A terrorist bombing in Buenos Aires. They're talking about, Israel is talking about terrorism and trying to conjure up empathy for a terrorist attack? What would Israel be if it didn't conduct terrorism at an international scale? Let's talk about the USS Liberty. What about the 34 that died at the hands of Israel attacking its one and only ironclad ally in 1967, starting a war, active war? What about those victims? Thank you, Lolo, for that obligatory statement. Sponsored by Palantir. Just kidding. By the way, this stream is not sponsored by Palantir. You can rest assured I am not bought by Zionists or Israelis, what have you, as you like it. Take your pick. Okay? I condemn it all. I want nothing to do with any of that shit. I'm decidedly, firmly in the opposite camp. All right? Here's just really, this is really funny. Superstar Lamine Yamal initially refusing to shake Trump's hand is viral. Is that how you see it? Take a look. He's like, maybe. Yeah. The only thing that would have been more based is if he declined to shake his hand. He said, "Free Palestine" to his face. That would have been the moment. He probably would have went home to Spain in a body bag. No, not really. That's just a dark joke. Here's Trump attempting to insert himself into the World Cup trophy celebration, in case you missed it. The Hunchback of Mar-a-Lago. Look at this. There's a phantom shitter I shit you not. This is a real story. A phantom shitter is wreaking havoc aboard a U.S. warship that is bombing Iran. Apparently, this American sailor is defecating across the ship and get this. I mean, he might be my hero. He's leaving notes naming the next targets. Who is this guy and why is he me? There was an incident on the 11th MEU, Military Expeditionary Unit, where some Marine took a shit in the shower and left a note saying that the flight deck is next. So the 11th MEU CO, as probably something officer, put out 30 duties. Oh my God, the fact that you had to put out, they're called duties, really? For this shit story? Like, somebody's pooping in the flight deck, let's call 30 duties. You're on booty duty tonight. If you see a booty duty, take a tootie. It's your duty to bring it to our attention, to watch the flight deck at night for a few days. In the enlisted mess, there's a mini replica of the ship out on display. And the dude left a turd on the flight deck of the replica. So then he left a note again saying he didn't say which flight deck. So now nobody knows who did it, and everyone's calling him the Phantom Shitter. Wow. That is one shitty story. So that's pretty base. They're all like, they got binoculars on the flight deck. They got round-the-clock surveillance of the flight deck. When is this guy going to take a shit on the... And then he goes and poops on the mini replica of the ship, the flight deck of the mini replica of the ship, and said, haha, gotcha. Toot, toot. All right. Here's Gaza reacting to Spain. Iran is begging me to unleash the beast at them, says Trump. I have been extremely lean, but they're leaving me no choice other than to completely destroy them now. Man, we are just a laughingstock to the entire world community.
دشمن هم کاملا مشخصه.
By the way, that's a war crime, what he said there. Okay, anyway. Why was Strait of Hormuz closed on the very first day of the U.S.-Israeli attacks? Because it had been planned that if leadership was targeted, Strait would be immediately closed, says Iraq chief.
اهداف نظامی دشمن هم کاملا مشخصه. فکر میکنید مذاکره فریبه؟ خیلی خوب، فریب نخورید. راش خیلی آسونه. کسی فریب نخوره. نیروهای مسلح به امید من مذاکره کننده نشه. من یک مأموریتی دارم انجام میدم. یا موفق میشم یا نمیشم. نیروهای مسلح به امید من نشینن. دولت به امید من نشینه در تامین معیشت مردم. هر انباری باید پر بکنه، هر ذخایری باید ایجاد بکنه، همه رو انجام بده. لذا ما وقتی که جنگ 40 روز شروع شد آماده بودیم کاملا. نشانش هم اینه که 2 ساعت بعد شروع کردیم به پاسخ دادن، چون تمام این طراحی‌ها شده بود. کاملا مشخص بود که اگر سطح حمله دشمن هر سطحی که باشه ما متناسب با اون سطح جواب خواهیم داد. چرا تنگه هرمز هم روز اول بسته شد؟ چون از قبل طراحی شده بود که اگر رهبری هدف قرار بگیره بلافاصله تنگه بسته میشه. اهداف نظامی دشمن هم کاملا
See, there's lots of clips here.
ارتباطتون با مشتبه چجوری بود؟ شما اصلا دیدید ایشونو؟
من نه، هیچ وقت.
قرار ندیدید؟
تو این دوره که ندیدم، فکر نمی‌کنم، یعنی غیر از اینکه چند نفر معدودی دیده باشن.
تصورتون بود که ایشون رو مجلس خبرگان انتخاب کنن؟
خب ایشون همیشه به عنوان یکی از کاندیداها مطرح بودن، یکی از افراد حالا نگیم کاندیدا شایسته این پست. تشخیص خب با مجلس خبرگان هست. اون چیزی که برای ما خیلی خوب از کار در اومد این بود که به دنیا پیام خیلی مهمی فرستاد. علیرغم جنگ و علیرغم همه اینها تغییری در سیاست‌ها و در اصول و آرمان‌های جمهوری اسلامی به وجود نیامده و نخواهد. این خیلی مهم بود که این پیام بره برای آمریکا. تعبیری که خود اونا استفاده کردن برای تمسخر ترامپ این بود که خب تو چیکار کردی؟
What did you accomplish? You replaced the common A with the common A. Big achievement, right? I see that we've got a sizable group of people here on YouTube, which is new because this is a new page, and I'm still trying to funnel more people over from my older page to the new page. So if you're here, please help me out. It's free to tap the like button, hit subscribe. We're trying to build up this new page, as it will be my main live streaming page from going forward. All right, let's see one more clip from Arakchi's interview. It says, I asked Witkoff, have you ever been in a meeting where there was a chance of being bombed at any moment? Arakchi adds Iran wasn't scared by US threats.
برای آمریکایی‌ها گفتم. برای ویتکاف گفتم که تا حالا شده تو جلسه شرکت بکنی که هر لحظه احتمال بدی ممکنه منفجر شه کل جلسه. همونجور هاجواج نگاه میکنی. گفتم تا حالا شده با تلفن صحبت بکنی و احتمال بدی که همون لحظه که داری صحبت میکنی به اصطلاح منفجر شه، نابود شی. تا حالا شده که مثلا چه میدونم وقتی با تلفن احوال مثلا خانواده رو میپرسی به خودت بگی که این ممکنه بار آخر باشه. گفتم ما اینا رو تجربه.
And then I'm sure Witkoff is like, oh my God, well, let me get my lawyer. He's the Muslim man's threatening me. He's making very veiled threats.
و وایستادیم. با ما یه جور دیگه باید حرف بزن. ما نمیتونی ما رو تهدید بکنی. نمیتونی ما رو تطمیع بکنی.
And you can't bribe us.
مذاکرات.
But that's it. We can't bribe you or attack you. What else can we do then? We don't want to talk to you like you're another human being.
قبل از جنگ 12 روزه آمده بودن برای تطمیع. نه تطمیع من، تطمیع جمهوری اسلامی. فلان میکنیم، بیسار میکنیم، اینو میسازیم، اونو میسازیم. که من اونجا بهش گفتم غنیسازی ما فروشی نیست. این یه چیزی هست که مردم ایران 20 سال به خاطرش تحریم کشیدن. دانشمنداشون شدن خون پاش رفته. من میتونیم بفروشیمش. تو میگی من برای نیروگاه چی میسازم، چی میسازم. اینجا گفتم این نه تطمیع نه تهدید. کسی رو تهدید بکنه که بترسه. وقتی که ما
Like they just, I mean, I think I heard this from somebody else that what we've done to Iran is equivalent to, let's say, if Iran were to assassinate our president, assassinate 137 members of Congress along with the president, as well as top generals in the Joint Chiefs of Staff, like Dan Kane. That's what we've done to Iran. And in the same breath, almost, these financial planners, these real estate moguls, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are saying, let's do business. Don't you want to do business with the Americans? After you murdered their entire leadership? And just, you know, not only that, I mean, of course, we know about the Manab school and all the other terrorist activities, attacks that the United States and Israel has employed against the Iranians. But yeah, let's do business.
هر لحظه منتظریم که هر بلایی سرمون بیاد که دیگه نمیتونی منو بترسونی از اینکه میام میزنم فلان میکنم جنگ میکنم.
اینجا ونزوئلا نیست.
آره اینجا ونزوئلا نیست که یه نفر رو برداری بقیه بترسن و کم بیار.
Yeah, Thugone, that would be pretty chill, I'm not gonna lie. Oh no. Oh, darn. Anyway.
اهداف نظامی دشمن هم
Look at this. Everyone's afraid to die. Struggle to recruit soldiers in Ukraine turns violent. There's something like 2 million dead Ukrainians. After 4 years of the Russia-Ukraine war. Glenn Deason says, after dismissing the brutal NATO-funded conscription, kidnapping, bussification. A good word. I need to start using that when I talk about your mom. Bussification. Bussify. I'm bussing it. All right, I don't know. Of Ukrainian men as Russian propaganda for years, the political media establishment is beginning to recognize reality. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Maybe. There's a Bangladeshi Argentina fan who passed out after Argentina lost against Spain in the 2026 World Cup. Oh my God, dude, get a life. It's a fucking football game. It's a sports ball game, dude. Cry harder about it. Who cares? What's hilarious is that the losing team made millions. They're doing fine. It's just a fucking game. If a sports game leads you to relinquish control over your emotions to such a degree, I mean, you need to, you know, get your head examined. Maybe you need a therapist or something. Because that's just, you are not a man. You're not a human. You're not in control of your human faculties. I didn't mean to be all like, I don't know, gender. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But I think you understand what I did say and what I am doing. And I would love it if you tap that notice button. That would be really great. Here's Rabbi Shmuley still at it.
Spain just scored! Boo! Screw Spain! I preferred the boredom of 0-0 to Spain winning now!
He was just complaining how much the World Cup sucked because it was 0-0, and now he's like, it's gotten white. But at least it's interesting. Look at his little smelly pits.
España!
Lots of moisture there.
España!
I hope he wore some sunscreen.
Messi, score a goal, right? We know. Messi, you got 12 minutes to see
Jews don't fare well in the sun.
your country, man. Look at the pants I put on, Messi. Look at the pants I put on. Score a damn goal. Score a goal. Spain just scored.
That is the ugliest, unkempt, unseemly beard. It looks like it's got a bunch of jizz flakes in it, too. This guy sells dildos, by the way. Yep. Guy sells butt plugs. That's a fact. I'm just stating things that are true. The guy is a dildo salesman.
Iran just eliminated the U.S.-Israeli plan to use Kurdish rebels in Iraqi Kurdistan to invade and balkanize Iran. Trump has repeatedly admitted that he sent arms to the anti-Iran Kurds with the
Yes,
hope.
I should have mentioned that. With his daughter. Yes, it's a family business. They run a sex shop called Kosher Sex. I'm not making this up. They literally do it. That's right. Kosher dildos, kosher butt plugs. I'm going to try to stop thinking about it because I don't like to do that. Lolo, are you just finding this out? I'm telling you, everything I'm telling you is... I'm telling you. Everything I'm telling you is what I'm telling you. Which is that he has a... Yeah. He runs a sex store with his daughter.
Of cross-border operations, uprisings, and dividing Iran along ethnic lines. But their plans for invasion came to a screeching halt this week. Iran announced that their 65th Airborne Special Forces operation carried out 11 different cross-border operations in Iraqi Kurdistan, which took out 8 high-level commanders of these anti-Iran militia groups and also destroyed 3 of their bases. We've also seen that during the Ramadan War, Iran and Shia militias based in Iraq carried out dozens and dozens of missile and drone attacks against these Kurdish opposition groups. But the real icing on the cake came this week. Iran launched at least 3 different barrages of missile and drone attacks against the Kurdish opposition groups' bases and arms caches. The Iranian strike set an entire mountain on fire in the Suleimania Governorate of Iraqi Kurdistan. You can also see in these videos many secondary explosions which took place as a result of the arms depots of these militia groups getting blown into smithereens. The entire skyline in Iraqi Kurdistan was lit up orange and red throughout the nighttime and early morning hours as a result of these strikes. These decisive actions from Iran have crushed the Zionist Kurdish opposition in Iraqi Kurdistan and have also destroyed any hopes that they will lead some sort of a U.S. joint cross-border operation to invade Iran and balkanize the country, which we all know has been the longtime goal of Trump and the Zionist regime.
I'm also receiving breaking news reports that I fired a missile at Kuchistan. Population, your mom. Turns out she loves that. She's a fan of my missiles. Missile. I have one missile. I don't have... Whatever. That's right, Kuchistan. I'm making you laugh? I don't know what you're laughing at. This is all true. This is serious business.
يا لطيف محول الكهرباء يا لطيف محول الكهرباء اللي بس
I made sweet romantic love to your mother and you're laughing?
حريق
Saeed, if my grandfather was alive, he'd be 107 years old. All right? I don't think you're quite that old.
Oh, daughter of Zeus, my cock is fat.
What the fuck? This is a real clip from Odyssey. This is I haven't seen the movie, but apparently this is real.
Oh, daughter of Zeus, my cock is fashioned from the skin of mine own forearm. Damn, nigga.
Oh my god.
Oh, daughter of Zeus, my cock is...
No, thank you. Sorry, I didn't know what that was going to be. Yeah, people are so mad about Elliot Page, I know. I didn't watch it, I just thought, okay, usually Forbidden has funny stuff.
Oh, daughter of Zeus, my...
That's just some cultural BS. I'm sorry about that. I should have screened that before. A lot of times I don't even watch things, I just repost them, and they're not all winners. But that's why we're here, you know, to practice media literacy. We should be appalled by clips that are appalling. Here's something else that's appalling. This is Tinder in Israel.
What'd you say, sir? You called him...
Southern gentleman called us terrorists and then turned mute. Let's see what this is from PNN.
What'd you say, sir? You called him...
talking to my daughter.
You call your daughter a terrorist?
No, I didn't.
Who'd you call a terrorist?
Nobody.
Nobody? Now you're scared? Now you got scared?
Nobody.
So you're too poor to be in Beverly Hills. You're just looking?
Well, look.
He's from Louisiana.
Hey, whoa, whoa. Now, I like PNN, but I don't appreciate Louisiana catching strays like that. Okay? I don't appreciate that at all. Of course, I'm from New Orleans, so that's kind of different from the rest of the state.
He came from Louisiana to call people terrorists. Sir, you're not Louisiana.
Sir, you're lucky with your daughter. We're going to take it easy on you, sir.
God bless your daughter. You shouldn't be calling people terrorists. That's not nice.
That's not nice, sir.
What'd you say,
That's
sir?
not nice.
I'm talking to my daughter.
You call your daughter a terrorist?
Now, Max Blumenthal is author, journalist, editor at the Grey Zone News, but that's like saying
George Galloway's got a new hat. He's looking quite dainty for a dainty man. A dainty Scotsman.
That Cristiano Ronaldo is a footballer. Max Blumenthal is by far and away the most courageous, the most eloquent, the best informed journalist in all of the United States of America. And the Grey Zone News is the paper of record. It's not, of course, on paper, but it is online. And if you don't follow the Grey Zone News as assiduously...
Whoa, Nelly. Well, looks like I got my Qatari check for the month. Just got my Qatari pack money. That's awesome. Thank you so much to that incredibly anonymous but incredibly generous gifter. That's right, Martin Crank, you're absolutely right, correct in your analysis here. Dark money is in. The Mossad check was cashed. The oil proceeds just keep on coming in. I looked in the mirror and said, Saeed MSR 3 times. Well, you did it. You spellbound us. Here in the chat, here in the stream. Now it's time for me to do a little dance and drink a little water. Praise be to Allah for this bread. Praise be to Allah. Look at that. Oh, Gutsberg. Welcome in. Look at all these thank yous. Praise be to him. And that's incredibly generous, and we appreciate your patronage. All you anonymous gifters. I have so many anonymous gifters, it's crazy. I can't believe it. Always some anonymous person that's always different. Bob, thank you for the subscription here. Bob Vorn. Bob, we like you. We like that your name is Bob Vorn, as long as your middle name isn't Child. Because that would be really weird. Don't you think? Go fuck yourself. Thank you so much for those 1,000 biddies. I have such awesome friends here online. We've got Donkey Dick Dingleberry. We've got Go Fuck Yourself. We've got Daddy's Little Wet Wet. We've got Fart on My Balls. So many just great friends that are just stupendous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did I forget Penis Liquor? No, you're right. Penis Liquor. Sorry. Another great chatter. Oh, you guys are so awesome. You have 3 of your own. Why would you think that you are one? I was just trying to make a joke because your last name rhymes with porn. So I just thought, like, if your middle name... If your name was Bob Vorn, but your middle name was, I don't know. Okay, I think you get it. Look, they can't all be winners, all right? But we try. Still, we persist.
As me, then you are losing out. Max Blumenthal.
Oh yeah, Nut Scratcher, of course.
Like me, was pulled at the airport in the United States.
Oh no, guys, I disappointed Aziz. I'm so sorry, Aziz, for offending your prudish virginal ears. What shall ever I do? Clearly, you are known to frequent the stream. You know I am absolutely professional, and I observe a very sophisticated decorum here live on stream. And that was not meeting your expectations. And so I'm sorry for that. I'm just trying to say. I get it, you know. Ha! Don't laugh at me. I'm sorry, did I say something that was wrong? You call me a liar? Is that what you're doing? I need to find this anonymous guy and tell him to get rid of Saeed. Can we start talking to the anonymous guy and not Saeed? Because I've had it. I've had it. He insults my mother. He calls me his granddad, or he's my granddad. I don't know. It's not enough time. Only 3 minutes left, huh? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Are you with my mother now? Is that what you're trying to say? I know, hot dog. I know it wasn't appropriate, but sometimes I do that.
States.
So
and
I haven't even looked at the Discord. Is it worth looking at? Should we watch your 6, you sexy mother lover? Says Ravenstone. Look at this. What's going on here? Okay. All right. He keeps calling you daddy, so I must be... Okay, got it. I'm like the grandson. Oh, now I get the whole granddad thing. Wow. Now, you should applaud me, because normally it takes me a full night when I reflect upon the stream, or if I go back and look at the clips, I understand your jokes. But I caught it midstream, okay? I was confused. I was in the dark, but now I can see. I'm a changed man. Martin, thank you so much for the cheer. Guys, thanks for all of your support and donations. I sincerely appreciate that. You are wonderful people. I don't care what they say about you, okay? I never listen to them. I always defend your honor. What is GJ? Good Jew, bro? Or was that a typo? Were you trying to tell me good game? Oh, good job. Okay. Sorry. That wasn't anti-Semitic as I thought. So that's good. That's right. We love Israel here. We love Israel. Who loves Israel? Just kidding. Okay, let's see what they have to say here on the Discord. I'll remind you that we always have a Discord segment of the stream where you share links to me on the Discord, and then I watch them, and then we share a little moment. You know, it's nice.
We said some things previously that led some folks externally and internally to believe that, for example, like we would prevent the military from putting weapons on our drones. It's not our place to tell them what they can and can't do. Our adversaries, terrorists, they're not going to follow the terms of service, right? They don't care.
That's Adam Bry, the CEO of a U.S.-based manufacturer of quadcopter drones called Skydio that has since done very well.
I mean, just that. Listen to how dystopian just that part says. That's Adam Bry, she says, the CEO of a U.S.-based manufacturer of quadcopter drones.
Quadcopter drones called Skydio that has since done very well because the Trump administration banned the sale of foreign-made drones last year. In June, one of its customers, the New Orleans Police Department, published a draft of a drone manual that looked for ways to arm quadcopter drones with weapons, according to the draft shared to 404 Media. Now, the current version of the manual, live as of July 1st, has different language, saying that the drones shall not be equipped with weapons or hazardous materials of any kind. What's going on? According to the NOPD, the operations manual published to the internet with the rules to weaponize drones was an earlier draft. NOPD didn't answer follow-up questions about how or why the draft version of the manual was published, but it gives us an idea of what the police are circulating amongst themselves, thinking about privately, and what they perhaps want to happen, which does not match with public policy. New Orleans has long been a pioneer of camera and drone-driven policing, and the cops have used controversial tactics to get around public scrutiny and regulations. For example, a private company called Project New Orleans that operates a network of cameras that provides live facial recognition to the city's cops operated in secret in cooperation with the NOPD for 2 years before the Washington Post exposed it in 2025. On June 24th, the New Orleans City Council approved a $250,000 budget request to expand Skydio's reach in the French Quarter. The funds will purchase a massive docking station and support a, quote, drones as first responders program, meaning that people who call 911 in the French Quarter may see a quadcopter drone before they see a police officer. And
that seems to be the next evolution, right? Because in the French Quarter, the streets are so narrow that for a while we had this French Quarter Police Task Force or something. It's like all these little smart cars zipping around the quarter. I mean, you know, it makes sense. First it was like cop cars, then you had like smart cars, and now we're going to have smart drones policing the French Quarter.
PD told the city council that these drones won't run on facial recognition software and will not be armed. Whether or not we get an answer about why an earlier draft of the manual said it wanted to arm drones with weapons, it's an odd sequence of events from a police department that hasn't been forthcoming about its use of surveillance tech, and aligns with what the drone manufacturer was musing about when they said that military could weaponize their drones if they wanted to.
And that's happening in my hometown. Thanks for that, Raven's Tongue. I gotta watch my fucking back and my neck and my crack. I'm still thinking about Saeed calling me his grandson, and also the fact that my mother calls him daddy. Is it anything like how Mark Rutte calls Trump daddy? I don't know. These are just thoughts I have. They're just disturbing me, actually. It's disturbing.
What if the multi-billion-dollar AI revolution isn't actually about AI at all, but about building the physical infrastructure of a permanent mass surveillance state? On the surface, this massive data center boom has been sold to us as a patriotic tech race to beat China.
We are leading China by a lot in the AI race, and whoever wins the AI race, and we're going to win it.
But if you follow the money,
whoever
the
wins
reality
it,
is
and we're
exactly
gonna win
the
it.
inverse. These
Why don't you just say that?
multi-billion-dollar windowless concrete fortresses bigger than some small cities are the physical machinery needed for military policing adjacent giants like Oracle, Palantir, and Flock, the foundational hardware and software that tracks your license plates, harvests your data, and runs predictive analytics on your daily life. And even putting all of that aside, the physical toll and the environmental impact is being felt by ordinary citizens right now. Next-gen hyperscale AI campuses consume more electricity than entire cities and drain local water supplies by the billions of gallons, leaving residents with skyrocketing utility bills and deafening industrial noise. And when citizens try to ask questions, they find their local governments bound by strict corporate NDAs, which leads to the uncomfortable reality that mainstream media is ill-equipped to address, which is that if both Donald Trump's Silicon Valley donors and the establishment Democrats are fast-tracking these massive projects all throughout America, who is actually looking out for the citizens? Joining me today to dig more into what's really going on with these AI data centers is Derek Broze, investigative journalist. He's also the founder of the Conscious Resistance Network and currently on his activation tour across America. Derek, thank you for taking some time to join us today.
Thanks for having me on again, James. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a little bit since we've chatted. I think it was maybe like a year and a half ago. And I was reading a recent article of yours in The Last American Vagabond, and you were talking about Oracle, the rise of the AI surveillance state. A lot of people probably know the name Larry Ellison. He founded Oracle, also his media endeavors now, Paramount, Warner Brothers. I was just wondering if, just before we get into all the details, can you give us an overview?
Martin, that's awesome. Your project is literally getting to a point where you're going to be doing some insane shit soon, huh? So, parkour? Is that what it is? That's awesome.
Who the biggest players are that are pushing these AI data centers across the U.S.?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the names are not going to be too surprising to most people.
Martin, should I be scared? Is this a threat? What am I going to see, Martin? What am I going to see? Why do I need to change my diaper?
Well, as you mentioned, Oracle, Google, Meta is another big one.
Okay, good.
I've recently been
I like excited.
Reading about how they're building a massive, I believe, 500-acre data center out in Tennessee, which is going to be destructive to the environment and natural resources in so many different ways. So you've got Meta, you've got Google, you've got Oracle, and pretty much all of these big tech firms that people have become more familiar with over the years. What I think is important to understand, the way that that connection is really made is that the more these companies are gathering data about us, whether it's through things like flock cameras, automatic license plate readers, or just internet surveillance, they need somewhere to store that data, right? I mean, the data, it no longer can be contained in the old school data centers, which have been around for decades, which is what the internet has operated on. Particularly with the use of AI is increasing the need for what are called hyperscale AI data centers. And so a lot of those same big names, the big tech companies that we've come to know the last couple decades, are going to be the ones who are really pushing for these hyperscale data centers. Amazon would be another one, and there's others that are probably lesser known. Palantir, of course, would be one of these. All of these different companies, whether they're the ones building the data centers directly, as Meta is doing, or they're funding and partnering with other organizations which are lesser known names, it is really them and the collection of all this data that is causing this drive for the creation of these hyperscale data centers.
Okay, that's interesting you bring that up in terms of the surveillance angle, because that's something that I've sort of been looking at as well, is that we already have a ton of data centers in the US as it is. We have 10x the number compared to the next closest country, yet we're still trying to build thousands more. So I'm wondering, is this really about powering commercial AI applications like ChatGPT, or is it more around data harvesting or facial recognition, predictive systems, this kind of stuff that you were just talking about? What do you think the real plan is with these data centers?
I definitely think that this is related to the build out of the technocratic surveillance state more than, the average person just querying ChatGPT a couple of times or Grok or what have you. I've seen the memes out there where people are saying, using a chatbot, an LLM for 10 minutes or something equals X amount of water. I don't know if anybody's got the actual calculations down, if any of us, have figured that out per se, but not to say it doesn't matter when you're using AI and you're not contributing in that way, but I absolutely do not buy the idea that somebody using it on the consumer level for a couple of queries a day is what's causing this expansion. As you said,
that's a great point, and it's akin to other individual policing tactics or habits that we have concerning you got to use your paper straws, you got to recycle plastic bags and shit. I mean, you see how much it costs just to fill the tank. Just to fill the tank of this mega yacht we just looked at was like was it not 100 million or something? It was like 1.2 million or something like that. Insane. I mean, the consumption of the financial parasite class is the problem. They behave. They consume on a level that is like godlike. I mean, there's no analog that you could find in the consumer base aspect of the population. All you got to do is show that meme where all the billionaires are leaving in their jets from the Super Bowl as they point the finger and tell us we got to use paper straws and shit. No, the same thing with these data centers.
That the U.S. already has more data centers than any other country, and they, by far. And I think this is really about the need to store this data as this world that they're trying to push us into of facial recognition being pervasive everywhere, automatic license plate readers, of course, all that stuff being powered by artificial intelligence.
I mean, think about how selfish these people are. This financial class of parasites. Wall Street financial managers, investment bankers, the donor class. Rather than give up some of the most mild reforms, literal breadcrumbs to the working class to alleviate the misery, the poverty, the abject working conditions, abject living conditions, how most Americans can't afford the minimum quality of life, according to recent polls and reports. Rather than cede the smallest amount of ground in this class struggle, they are intent and hell-bent on burning it all down. They're intent on manifesting bunkers grabbing islands, you know, and trying to implement this surveillance state because they're afraid of us. You know, they're afraid of us. And they don't want to relinquish their power. They don't want to relinquish their ability to buy a third mecha yacht, you know? Like that to them is like anti-Semitism or something. That's an encroachment on their rights as individuals. Their rights as a privileged class foundationally are a consequence of the deprivation of our rights.
I think that's what this is really about. As these people have been describing the world they've been talking about for years, this technocratic state, Great Reset, et cetera, everything they want to push us into, 6G powered world that the Trump administration, let's be honest, is absolutely helping.
All they'd have to do is just cancel the debt that we somehow owe them.
Accelerate with big tech in the White House with them. That is,
and it's not even like they have to cancel that. Like, I want to cancel all the debt, school debt, medical debt, healthcare debt, automobile debt, all this privatized debt that's just stagnant and just like parasitically foisted upon us in the form of a financial overhead, which is viewed as a productive aspect of the economy, which it isn't. I mean, they could just cancel school debt. I mean, that's one of the, I think, of the two most important, issues facing Americans. Like, what's the two most popular policies would be the cancellation of school debt, and I think, I'm blanking on the other one. It might be healthcare. You know, like universal healthcare, something like that. But all they'd have to do is just cancel one portion of the whole debt sausage, you know? You just cancel the school debt, and that would probably make them like heroes, but they're not willing to do any of that shit.
Going to facilitate the need for more hyperscale data centers. I don't think they can build out the surveillance state that they're trying to without having more storage for it and more places to, you know, to hold that data. But then also, once you've got the data stored, that's just one piece of the puzzle. Then you use AI to scan through all that data to try to look for patterns, to try to, you know, find extremists, if you will, because that's the other kind of part of this this conversation, is that the U.S. government is increasingly putting out reports and propaganda in the media that people who are against data centers are either being funded by the Chinese government or that they are so-called anti-tech violent extremists. And so I think absolutely part of the surveillance and the data harvesting is in order to identify those people who are opposing these things.
Absolutely. I think I'm with you on that, is that we're all thinking that this is probably more than just Microsoft or these big companies wanting to use AI in their enterprise applications and things like that. It goes beyond that into this realm of surveillance. And you just brought up the framing now from both the mainstream media and the government to really, I guess, categorize these people who don't want data centers as anti-tech extremists. Now there's a new agency, I think, being created to monitor these folks in terms of these protests against data centers. How, you know, because I want to move into sort of the more advocacy part of what you're doing right now. How do you prevent these labels from being weaponized against ordinary citizens who just don't want to live?
Anyway, we'll move on from that. But, oh, look, we got a link from Saeed, my grandfather. That's awesome.
Here's my question to all the white supremacists, the KKK, the Patriot Front, right? They say the master race. Yeah. I'm an English major.
And they say you're dirty Indian.
Yeah. So I say I'm a dirty Indian, even though I'm Pakistani American. But okay, we're all dirty. We're all filthy, right? I'm an English major. Maybe you might be the master race. My one question, do you wash your ass?
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
No.
If you don't wash your ass.
But we're dirty.
No, but you cannot be the master race. You have to come back to me.
You have to wash your ass. I love that it boils down to that.
Ass, and then I'll
we
entertain
promote
your
you.
argument.
Yeah.
From a poop jeet. Just
That's
kidding.
what I said.
I mean, there's a pure logic to it. I don't get it. I mean, I saw it explained on Twitter once. This guy on Twitter just explained it. He just said, he's a white guy. He goes, how can we not use bidets? He's like, if you had shit on your arm, would you wipe it off with a piece of paper?
Repeatedly.
Would you just wipe it with a tissue paper? If you had some shit on your arm, would you wipe it with a piece of toilet paper?
Until
you
it
wouldn't.
bleeds.
You would wash it. Okay, that's too much information. But until you would wash it.
That's right.
But why, when it comes to your ass, do you not wash it?
These are the great moral questions of our age, folks. Didn't I say I'm a big bidet proponent for these exact reasons? And I hate that I am agreeing with Mahdi Hassan, but he's right. We need to make bidets great again.
I don't understand. I've tried to bring this up in other...
I know you have. I've seen you on live TV
and they
talk
always
about
cut-
Lotus.
You own a bidet? Are you fucking kidding me? You don't understand how lucky you are. Can I come over sometime? Just to use your bidet? And then I'll tell you, good day. Because I just want to use your bidet. Okay? That's right, MBGA. That's it. Make them great again. That's what we need. Oh, you see, Daddy's little wet back at it again. Daddy's little wet is very moist, and my nipples are very hard. After receiving 1,000 biddies for these titties. Yes, indeed. Come on down, Daddy's little wet. Hey, yo. Tell them what they win, Bob. Daddy's little wet just won a 4-night stay in my butt. Nope. Shouldn't have said that. That's wrong. I should not have said that. But we were talking about bidets, and I had to go there. It was on my mind. Sometimes big booties are just on my mind. What can I say? The hand rubbing must intensify. Well, get your sorry ass on out of here, because we never wanted you. I don't remember us inviting you. Okay? Mr. Subscriber for 2 months. I don't care if your name is PC_4S_H. Just show up here unannounced, acting like you own the place, and then say, oh, I should really leave here, and then announce that to everyone? What kind of psychopath are you? Who does that?
They always cut it out. They're like, this is a little too much.
By the way,
Anyway,
the Lota, just for people watching who don't know, what is a Lota? Because that's not a hand bidet shower that you get on Amazon that you can get and you spray, which
so
I have.
we're going to be revealing a lot of secrets today. I hope the South Asians and East Asians and Filipinos don't mind. When you go to a South Asian or Southeast Asian or Filipino's home, you will see a flowering vase in the toilet, and you'll see no flower. You'll see no nice little shrubbery, and you'll be wondering to yourself, why is there a flowering vase without a flower? And that's because
a green watering can.
Sometimes there's a Zeteo cup. Sometimes there's a Starbucks cup.
Can't take that mug home now. I was going to give it to you, but not now. You've ruined it.
There's water in it, and what we do is we use the water along with the toilet paper to wash and cleanse our ass.
That's cool. Let me file that information in shit that is irrelevant that I don't care about. Because who gives a shit, literally, who gives a lort what it means in Danish, okay? We're talking about the Danes. We're talking about the Danes, Martin. The Danes. The Great Danes? No. Something rotten in the state of the Danes, and it's the Danish. The Danes are so Danish. The Danes are Daning.
So all this, when I was growing up in America, talking about like when you're a bit different, Pakistani, my friends, in all seriousness, up until college, I had no idea what streaky underwear meant. They're like, oh, streaky underwear. And
I don't want to.
And everyone used to like
Oh my
joke,
God,
right?
it
Streaky
gets
underwear.
worse.
I'm like, ha ha ha.
I don't want to.
And then I found out
Okay,
what streaky
please.
underwear was.
Stop.
But all I'm saying is,
Stop.
when you wash your ass with the lota, You don't have these problems. America,
When I went to
wash your ass.
When I went to college, I went to
All right, I don't care anymore about that. That's
university, and I was in a dorm building, and there was
I agree. Wash your ass, America.
a shared bathroom at the bottom.
I wash my ass every morning, noon, promptly at noon, and at night. 3 times. 3 times a day, I wash my booty hole. And I'm a very hygienic person because of that. You can't be great if you don't wash your butt. You got to really get in there. It's what Marx would have wanted. Saeed says half of the mental illnesses in the world can be literally wiped away with bidets. I'll go along with that endorsement of bidets because I really want a bidet. You got to wash them. Wash those arses. Wash the arses and then dip it in some Worcestershire sauce. I know, it's pretty much the gayest thing that you can do. And yet, sign me up, okay? If washing your butthole is gay, then just call me Liberace. Because I'm gayer than a $3 bill. You wash the Lord. People can't be walking around with stinky booty holes. That's all I'm trying to say.
And I used to go downstairs. My roommate, a
Wash your
Muslim roommate, would
sister
both go down
sauce?
carrying a green watering can. Just go down, and people would say, "Where are you going?" And I would just say it, but he was very conscious, and he would say, "Water the flowers." What? Just say what it's for.
He would walk around with the plant.
I had a friend in college. Whenever he would go to the bathroom, he would announce, he would say, "All right, I'm going to go spray." That was the
Dollar
way he put it.
dominance is essential, and everything President Trump is doing here is, if you look, the new Venezuela is going.
So that's so weird. It's like on a different tab, on a different website, all of a sudden a link just starts being played. And I'm like, where is that happening? Here's Scott Besson explaining how America's, I mean, now that we're here, might as well take a look at it. Scott Besson explaining how America's wars are intended to advance the dominance of the U.S. dollar.
Dollar dominance is essential, and everything President Trump is doing here is, if you look, the new Venezuela is going to
He's so great at public speaking, isn't he? He's so graceful, so eloquent, it just rolls off the tongue.
Invoicing in dollars, they're coming back onto the dollar system. They've been
Just coming back on the dollar system. If you look and you check on the Dow, you'll see that the Dow is the Dow is it's dowing at it's at the 50K mark, and then you go ahead and you take a look at the bond market, and it's just exploding right now, and then interest rates are really down, and just we just gotta advance the dollar dominance. So really, it's what it all goes down to.
Sanctioned. They were not allowed to translate or to transact in dollars, and now dollar is going to be the centerpiece of their trade.
The dollar is going to be the centerpiece. This guy's 50 years too late. Sorry, Scott. The dollar is declining. Sucks to suck. China is replacing you. Yes, China is replacing the dollar hegemony.
They were selling discounted oil to China and not getting dollars. We're seeing in the Iranian negotiations, the Iranians will be invoicing in dollars. So everything we are doing is pushing the dollar back. It's never left as the centerpiece for the global currency system, but we're reinforcing it. I would anticipate when the Russia-Ukraine conflict ends, that Russia will want to come back in the dollar system because, again, the dollar, it's our liquidity, it's our capital markets, it's the debt.
It's your debt. The dollar is just debt. And, the currency reserves in central banks in the foreign countries are literally U.S. Treasury debts. I mean, everything is. It's a crazy thing. It's a crazy monetary policy that has encircled the globe at this point. The dollar dominance that, I mean, is waning. You know, it's no longer the case, but the fact that, like, I learned through reading Michael Hudson that after the United States went off of gold, you might think that foreign countries would then buy gold, but really it didn't deter the dominance of the US dollar globally, because countries started buying up US Treasury bonds, and that was their, you know, that formed their reserves, their currency reserves. So it's like our debt is what they're holding on to. It's just a weird concept.
And breadth. Everyone wants to be here. And I think many times, the great thing about the United States is we course correct when we go too far one way or the other. And I think we should not be shy about flexing where we have advantages, and where we have advantages, share with our allies.
Don't be shy. Where we have what are our advantages? Our advantages are the CIA can coup governments that don't go along with the American capital system. We have a superior use of force. We control the global banking system. We control the SWIFT banking system. We control the IMF, the World Bank. We control all foreign currencies ostensibly. And when you have that, you gotta dial it up. You gotta dial up the terrorism. You gotta tank the rial, like Scott Bessent did in December of last year. Basically, economic terrorism to try to crash the Iranian society
and push back on those who are not aligned with us.
Those who are not aligned with, he's just spelling it out. He's saying the quiet part out loud, as they say. Although it's increasingly becoming the loud part out loud, because it's not so quiet anymore.
Dollar dominance is essential in everything.
Now, Max Blumenthal is
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee.
אני שמעתי שלא כל כך אוהבים ישראלים בתאילנד, אבל אני לא הבנתי עד כמה עד שהגעתי לפה. אני בתאילנד כבר 3 שבועות, ואני...
Israeli content creator Amit Telem says she felt unwelcomed throughout her trip to Thailand. Oh my goodness, call the cops. Where she repeatedly encountered businesses displaying Hebrew language notices and addressing Israeli tourists over past disruptive behavior. But Israelis don't seem to like reaping what they sow. And she's going to complain in Hebrew, but I'm not going to like that. Here's Netanyahu endorsing Argentina.
זרק בכל הארץ, זרק מספרד, מכרו את כל הארגנטינאים.
יפה מאוד, תודה רבה. אני כמובן, אין לי העדפות, אבל שארגנטינה תנצח.
בטח.
Io saludo de...
Advei hoc mort, anim adverto, operor non timeo. Salus est proculamus.
Beautiful. Look at this Jew. We are leaving our luxurious penthouse in Beit Shemesh and moving to live on an isolated farm by the Jordan Valley near a hostile Palestinian village. Why would they be hostile to the Jews? Why? Why? I'm writing this sentence and still struggling to believe that it is Israel. All my life I read about Zionism, about settling the land, about the self-sacrifice of the settlers and the 11 points that went up on the ground in one night in 1946. And they drank Manischewitz wine. And they cried about their grandma being lampshades and bars of soap, about the pioneers of the past, about people who left everything and dedicated themselves to a vision. I read it, I was moved. I shat in my diaper, and the feeling always lingered in me that I too want to be part of this wonderful thing. Why, Hashem? Why? Not just to talk about Zionism, not just to be moved by other people's stories, but to get up and doo-doo in my little diaper. As I wear my little tiny hat and I say, why, Hashem, why? You need every yid. So feel for this Jew, I guess. He had to leave his wonderful penthouse in Bayit Shemesh. And he had to go live on an isolated farm next to an unspeakably hostile Palestinian village. Like another hologram. And here is a picture of his AI family. This has gotta be an AI picture. That is not a real picture. I don't know how you get that lighting. In broad daylight. They brought the film lights out to the hostile Palestinian village. And what's going on with the little infant? He doesn't have a tiny hat on. I can't show kids like that. Look at this. Sunset Boulevard is closed indefinitely in West Hollywood after a massive 100-year-old water main ruptured early Thursday morning, creating a large sinkhole directly under the traffic light at Sunset Boulevard and Holloway Drive. Okay, I think we've covered most of the things that I ever wanted to share with you today. But if you'll humor me, I want to talk about this book that I read, Michael Hudson's book, Finance Capitalism, Industrial Capitalism, or Socialism, The Destiny of Civilization, it's called. And I just started his newer book, Killing the Host. And I just think that there's so much information here that I want to share with you. I think it's important. And that's why, if you'll indulge me here, I would like to tell you some things that I've learned through reading this book. Because, I mean, you know, for a number of years, when I first became acquainted with Marx and you know, the leftist critique of capitalism, as I started to self-identify as an anti-capitalist, you know, I was very much speaking in 19th century terms. And not to say that it was wrong, because I think fundamentally, you know, we understand the exploitation that happens under capitalism based on, as Marx put it, the irreconcilable class contradictions between owners and workers, and how that will always lead to poverty, misery, and violence because of that struggle over the surplus value that gets created by the working class, because of that fundamentally exploitative relationship. There will always be injustices, right? So that, you know, that entire structure should be dismantled, and obviously the solutions to these problems are not marginal, they're structural. So we have to call out the entire political economy that we live in. However, there's a history, you know, and the history of it is very important to understand, to get a context about where we've been and where we're going and where we are now. And I think so much has been just completely shunned from our textbooks, and not even that, but also distorted and inverted to mean something completely different from what history, the historical record itself actually contends, actually demonstrates. So I say that because I find it important that we understand what present iteration of the economy that we're living through right now, and that's finance capitalism. It's different from the 19th century version of capitalism. Okay, history is evolving, history is dynamic, history is changing. There's nothing static about it. That's why religion is not relevant to the historical record, because it promotes a static version of the world, which is ahistorical. Anyway, but we're living through finance capitalism, okay? We've been, our institutions have been captured by financial parasites. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's like the final boss of the final boss of capitalism right now are the banks. I guess they might have always been. It's the big commercial banks, Wall Street itself, the financial institutions that control money creation, credit creation, capital creation. That's where it all starts. And I think that's another important lesson from this book, is that banking should be a public utility first and foremost. That's what China got right. That's what the Soviet Union got right before they engaged in, what was it called? Perestroika or whatever. I forgot the Russian word, where they basically neoliberalized all the Soviet gains that were made. But China has withstood that. They have not given in to neoliberalism as of yet. They have made banking a public utility, and that's they control the creation of money and credit and capital, and that is just hugely instrumental and hugely significant. So I wrote down some questions that, like, I was just trying to think, like, because I stream every night and I'm trying to communicate to you and be, educational. And I thought of some questions that I would want to know just based on what the book was about. And so I wrote down some. I'm going to go through them. So one is, what is finance capitalism? And 2 would be, what is industrial capitalism? 3 would be, what is socialism? I mean, those are the 3 economic systems that he talks about. That's in the title of the book. Why is finance capitalism a Ponzi scheme? What is a Ponzi scheme? How is neoliberalism an inversion to classical economics? Who were the physiocrats? Who was Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Stuart Mill? Who are the financial parasites of the day, and what do we call them? What happened to the Soviet Union? How did China avoid the Soviet pitfalls? I kind of just talked about that. Why did finance capitalism win? All sorts of questions. What is quantitative easing? What was the 2008 housing crisis about? How does our present political economy relate to the classical antiquity of Greece and Rome? What is the magic of compound interest? What was the Trans-Pacific Partnership? What is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization? How is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization a culmination of the non-aligned movement, which started in the 1950s? So I thought, to try to put this all together, I was trying to think about what would be a good starting point to talk about all these things. And I think we just begin at the beginning of the history of capitalism, of modern economics, which is classical economics. And so we'll just start talking about classical economics. So classical economics, that period of time in, Western civilization history, because I can't really speak for the Eastern world, but, as far as the classical conception of economics, that began, it could be argued, but you could say with good merit, I think, that it began with the Wealth of Nations, 1776, and it goes into the 1870s. So that epic, I mean, you can kind of think, Marx dies in 1881 or something like that. He's kind of the culmination of classical economics. The one thing I learned from the book is the entirety of classical economics and what they were contending, what they were promoting, what they were vying for, what they were struggling for, what they wanted to see about their society, would basically be called Marxist today. It would be called socialist today. It's a complete inversion of what neoliberalism, finance capitalism, modern economics came to be. And yet, the really crazy part here is that modern economics and neoliberalism co-opted all of these concepts that were cultivated in the 18th and 19th century, according to classical economics and classical economists. It's a complete inversion of all of what industrial capitalism, starting out as a revolutionary force, which it was, as much as we might not, admit it, or I don't know. It's not like we're biased or anything. I don't really have a feeling about it. We're just noting history. This is the historical record. Yes, at one point, in the 19th century, you could argue late 18th century, early 19th century, whatever. In that time frame, capitalism became a revolutionary force. What was it upending? Revolutions always distort or subvert the hierarchy, the status quo hierarchy. So if capitalism is revolutionary, then it had to have upended the ruling class of that day, which it did. At the time, the feudal landlords, the hereditary landlord aristocracy. That's another phrase that Michael Hudson hammered into my head after reading this book, is the hereditary landlord aristocracy. They were dominating, they were exploiting, that's not a word, exploiting the rest of society because they charged rent for land. Now, land is a natural resource, especially at a time in the 19th century. And before feudalism would have been before, there were still remnants of feudalism, I think, in the 19th century, of course. You could argue we're in feudalism now. We're back to a rentier-based economy. But that notwithstanding, we're talking about classical economists in the 18th and 19th century and what they were contending with. They were responding to feudalism. They were responding to the hereditary landlord aristocracy, which they saw as being exploitative. That was a class that was charging rent overhead for natural resources that would exist either way, with or without them. That is not productive profit. It doesn't form a productive, the profits that the landlords make, it's not productive profits. That's different from, somebody laboring in the fields and doing agriculture, or any other supply chain you want to talk about. But charging rent for land in this case it was seen at the time correctly as unearned income. Okay, that's another important concept here, unearned income. This is completely avoided in modern economics. Neoliberals will never talk about unearned income. They don't even acknowledge the concept, yet it was prevalent at the forefront of classical economics, which is what neoliberals claim to be inheriting that tradition, that lineage. Well, it has nothing to do with it. So, yes, Adam Smith hated rent seeking. That's exactly what my next point was. So you had in 1756, the same year that God was born, until about 1776, you had the phenomena that was the physiocrats. They were French economists, as I understand it, a group of intellectuals, pontificating about the economy. And in Paris, France, in the 1750s and onwards, there was a massive amount of debt, and there was, the country was facing bankruptcy. There was a lot of economic trouble, and they studied the flow of money. They conducted studies about how is the money changing hands? Where is it going? What's the ultimate destination? They found that most of the rent was going to landlords. That was the big discovery. So Adam Smith is sort of, I don't know if he's at the center of the physiocrats, but he's certainly connected to them. He's not French himself, he's Scottish. But he's there in Paris at that time of the physiocrats, and he's part of that gang. But then he goes back to Scotland after some time, and he writes The Wealth of Nations. And in The Wealth of Nations, it contains a lot of the ideas that were espoused in France with the physiocrats. And I'll just pull up just so that we have a reference point so people aren't confused. Here's physiocrats. And this says physiocracy is an economic theory developed by a group of 18th century Age of Enlightenment French economists. They believe that the wealth of nations derives solely from the value of land agriculture or land development, and that agriculture products should be highly priced. So Adam Smith's main thing, I mean, there's a lot of things about Adam Smith. Coincidentally, parenthetically, I might add that, we think of Marx coming up with the labor theory of value, but that was something that Adam Smith, I think, I don't know if he was the first, but I mean, The Wealth of Nations might be the first important book that talked about labor theory of value. And he, according to Adam Smith, the value, the source of all value is labor. So he got that right. And Marx, compounded upon this. And another thing that Adam Smith got right was that, landlords are parasites, basically. It's like Adam Smith and Chairman Mao. It's like the meme. They're like shaking hands. They're like, yeah, no landlords. It's a classical economic idea to not have landlords. And remember, this is one really important point. The fact that one of the things that stuck out to me in the reading this book was, and I think I've said this before, is that when they talked about the free market, neoliberals love talking about the free market. Well, they inherited that from the likes of Adam Smith and Dave Ricardo and John Stuart Mill and Karl Marx and all these classical economists that talked about a free market. But what they didn't mean free market like the way that neoliberals meant. Remember how I said neoliberalism is a complete inversion of classical economics? Well, take case in point, the free market. What they meant was freedom from rent, free from interest, free from usury, free from monopoly. That's what that meant. So Adam Smith correctly pointed out that land should not be charged interest, compounding interest, in fact. Land should not be collected as profit to a private financial class like landlords, especially one that's, nepotistic and hereditary, nor should it be collected as, interest or mortgage to the banks. That those are predatory forms of profit. They're not productive. They don't increase the industrial base. They don't, improve the working conditions of laborers. It's purely extractive. It happens in spite of productivity. It's a siphoning off of productivity. And that was pretty based of him. I think you would agree that land should be should be part of the tax base that the government charges or that the government collects to pay for social services. And, you know, at best it should be, you know, delivered at cost, or it should be subsidized. So land tax, that's a big thing. Adam Smith famously lobbied for a land tax that formed the essence of his work. The land should be taxed by the government, should be part of the tax base, not paid as interest to the banks or as rent to the landlords in the form of private profit. That has always been viewed throughout history, by the way, as intolerable. And it has led to the downfall of every Western society for the past 5,000 years. The fact that what arose was a financial oligarchy class, of private bankers and creditors who had the privilege of collecting interest and rent from the productive and, from productive industries. So it's the struggle for the past 5,000 years has been concerning the privatization of credit and thus debt. And it coincidentally was initially what sparked 19th century Western capitalism and its revolution. It was a break, like I was saying before, a break from the old hereditary feudal landlord class. Yet what's happened is we've regressed to feudalism in the form of compound interest and debt. Now, another, and I think I just touched on this, but another significant distinction espoused by classical economists like Adam Smith was earned income versus unearned income, productive income versus extractive income. Neoliberalism, like I said earlier, has done away with this distinction entirely, but in the 19th century, it was readily understood that land rent was not a productive form of profit. In fact, it was extracting profit from the productive forms of profit making. Financial fees were not part of the productive industrial base, which made our country rich. It was the overhead to all of that. Compound interest is not a technological phenomenon. That's another thing Michael Hudson said, and it's stuck with me. By its very nature, the profits that banks claim as interest or rental fees for things like real estate or natural resources are not the result of some productive endeavor, which contributed more value to the economy. And therefore, according to classical economics, if that were to be the case, that would be worthy of a price. But it's not. And neoliberalism, which I would classify as the apex of finance capitalism in its most grotesque form, the price of something this is an important distinction. Price is no longer connected to value. That ship has sailed. And in classical economics, they really tried to hammer that down. Like, the value of something is tied to, or the price of something is tied to the cost of production. The price of something in today's monopolistic rent-seeking economy is no longer tied to the cost of production. Most of it's just financial overhead that's, turned into profit for banks. Everything we know of today about modern economics, like I said before, let's have this stick with you. This is a complete inversion, is the word. Inversion of classical economics. And that's an important distinction. So coincidentally, like I said, civilization itself for the past 5,000 years has been one Herculean fight over whether the government or private individuals will get the land's free rent. It's been a fight between public control of money and credit and private control of money and credit. Classical economics forged the theory of value, price, and rent. The price of a commodity was to be equivalent to its value. Its value was calculated to be whatever the cost of its production was, which is the price of labor plus whatever capital investment it took to produce the commodity. Now, I did learn that, like, you could go through and see how Adam Smith was talking about, this is like I said, physiocrats, Adam Smith, classical economics, were concerned with the theory of price and value and rent. And Adam Smith came up with this equation. See if I can find it. I mean, it's not like it's that tough. Let's see. Let's say Adam Smith. I don't know if you could call it an equation, but of price value. Let's see. Here it is. Yeah. So the natural price is equal to the wages plus profits plus rent. So the natural price of something is connected to the wages paid paid to labor, the profits paid to the capitalist, and the rent paid to the landlord or the bank, whatever. Same. Wages, profits, and rent. So wages for the labor, profits to the capitalist, and the rent, which is just charge for being there, to the landlords. Now, David Ricardo comes along subsequently. Ricardo, he was actually price value. Got that. His is a little bit simpler. I don't know if they're going to show it here, but I know through the book that he disagreed with Adam Smith. He thought that the value of something or the price of something is equal to direct labor and indirect labor. So he correctly, I think, understood that everything takes labor. Value, the real source of all value, is labor. And so you had direct labor, which is like the actual workers working on the supply chain, producing the commodity itself in real time. Then you had indirect labor, which he classified as he classified it as indirect labor, I should say, excuse me, but ostensibly it's what we would today think of as capital. Like the tools that the laborer needed, those tools were forged by other laborers previous, so it's kind of like dead labor. It's like indirect labor is what David Ricardo thought of it as. And then, so David Ricardo, I think gained fame through the Corn Laws, the scandal of the Corn Laws. So remember, just to remind you guys about the Corn Laws, which happened at the outset of the 19th century, 1815, I want to say, to 1846, were these a series of highly protectionist tariffs and trade restrictions on imported grain enforced by the UK between 1815 and 1846. And the reason for that was because Napoleon started a war with England, so England and France were at war. And because England could no longer get imports because it faced a French blockade of the island country that is Britain, that made their own agriculture and their own landlord class a lot of money, because now they couldn't import grain due to the war. So they had to rely on their own agricultural land, and so that drove up the price of the agriculture, the commodities produced on that agricultural land, and also the cost of that land. So the landlords were making hand over fist because of this war. They thought it was a boon. It was great. And then in 1815, the war ends, and the landlords are upset. They want to collect on they can import the grain. The grain will be cheaper than anything that they produce at home. So this is bad for the landlords. So they try to use their political power to lobby the government to enact these corn laws, which artificially set these high tariffs so that you can keep the price of grain being imported at too expensive, so that it makes what they're selling more viable and they can make more money. So does that make sense? So that's the Corn Laws. Now, at that time, you have David Ricardo, who's actually advocating for, this is kind of paradoxical, but he was advocating for the banking class. He was, I think, himself a banker, or at least a consultant for the banking class. And he was opposed to the Corn Laws because this is weird, but the banking system back in the day was actually, in the early 1800s, they were actually allied with industrial capitalism. The banking system actually wanted to fund industry, which is not the case anymore, folks. The banking system does not fund or create capital or credit or money for the consumer base, for building up the industrial base. We have deindustrialized, in fact, we've financialized, and that's another important point. The financialization of an economy occurs and coincides with the deindustrialization of that economy. Those two go hand in hand. So that's what's happening. But at this point in England's history, the banking system was allied with the industrial capitalists because they wanted to fund foreign ventures because they had their own law. They had their own They had their own motivations, because there was a specific law where they could, basically charge transfer fees for foreign investments because of the currency exchange. Some of these arbitrary laws that favored the banking system. So it's not like they were trying to look out for good old England and look out for the common man or anything. They had their own machinations in mind, their own profit rent-seeking machinations that they wanted to enact. And so foreign investment helped them at the time make more money. And so they advocated for a repeal of the Corn Laws. All right, so I'm just giving you some information about David Ricardo. So he's the one that sort of comes to the fore. He's the articulator of the banking class. He's the one that formulates all these ideas as to why we need to repeal the Corn Laws, and he advocates, much like Adam Smith did, for a land tax. But he's, at this point, there's an antagonism developing between the banking class and the landlord class. Now, today, you would say that they're pretty much allied with each other. But at the time, like I said, they were antagonistic, fighting for that surplus value. So, moving past David Ricardo, you have Karl Marx. His equation is W equals C plus V plus S. There it is. W equals C plus V plus S. And I know what you're thinking. W equals CVS. CVS equals W? No, in fact. Absolutely not. CVS is not a W. Do not walk into a CVS and think you did something. Okay? In fact, avoid the CVS. Under no circumstances whatsoever do you walk into a CVS unless maybe you need a pack of Zyn and a Celsius. Then by all means walk into a CVS and smile for the cameras. So W equals value in this case, C equals constant capital, V equals variable capital, and S equals surplus value. So you got constant cap. I mean, they all kind of say the same thing to me a little bit. But in Marx's estimation, W, which is value, is equivalent to the constant capital, which is just raw materials, machinery. So that's what David Ricardo classified as indirect labor. Marx called constant capital. Then you had variable capital, which is the cost of labor power. That would be the wages paid to the workers. Then you had the surplus value, which is the new concept I think that Marx innovates. It's the unpaid labor time extracted from the worker. So it's what the worker creates. All the surplus value is basically profits to the capitalist. Okay. So, I'm just gonna my dinner has arrived, so I'm not gonna stay for too much longer. But we'll revisit these topics in perpetuity in the next days and weeks. Trust me, I'm gonna force you to learn this shit against your will. All right? Because there's a lot to worry about. I mean, a lot to learn about, a lot to worry about too. But so where was I? We were talking about Adam Smith, Dave Ricardo, and then Karl Marx. Karl Marx, you can think of as like the culmination of classical economics, all the things that they had discovered in the Age of Enlightenment. You know, Marx took all that and consolidated it and made something new. You know. So classical economics forged the theory of value, price, and rent. The price of a commodity was to be equivalent to its value. And I haven't answered really half of the questions that I sought out to answer, but I just want you to know that that little bit of history, which I've only given you just a scant amount of it, but I touched on some fine points. So it's, you know, the concept of earned income versus unearned income, what the free market actually meant, free from rent. Like we said, neoliberalism has inverted all of classical economics and claimed it as if its own, co-opted it as if it's its own. But finance capitalism is just basically what all classical economics was trying to avoid. A rentier, however you want to say it, a rentier-based economy where most of the financial profits were debt leveraged. And there's a great book I just started reading. I don't know if it's great, but it's shaping up to be a good book. It's called Killing the Host. This is another Michael Hudson book where he talks, he you know, likens that metaphor of like a biological parasite and a financial parasite. And I'm just trying to show you that industrial capitalism and finance capitalism were two very different beasts. And a lot of, you know, classical why can I never say that word? A lot of classical economists felt that, including Marx, felt that industrial capitalism was eventually going to pave the way for socialism. But instead, what has happened in the West is that we have diverted to this parasitic form of finance capitalism, which they sought to dismantle. They didn't want this, you know. And we have the rise of the banking system, and a lot of that is for political reasons and for reasons concerning war, because of World War I, because of debt-strapped Europe. You have, you know, again, I'm giving a broad stroke here, but you have the rise of the banking system as a dominating force in society that financializes economies. And it's all extractive, it's all parasitic. And I didn't know this, but the term parasite actually doesn't come from biology. It comes from society. That goes back to, I think, ancient Rome, when you had these community organizers that had to feed communities. They would give out food or something, and then they had their aides walking alongside them. And those aides that accompanied these food drives or something, they were called parasites, but it wasn't a pejorative at the time. It just meant para, besides, site, meal is like, it like meant besides meal. I don't know. But then later on in the medieval epic, like centuries later, that word parasite came to be used to explain the financial oligarchs. That was the first time it was pejoratively used, was to describe fucking oligarchs and fucking banksters, you know? And then later on, it took on a biological meaning. Then there was biological parasites like leeches and tapeworms and stuff like this. So that's a little bit of some knowledge to you. We've hit the 4-hour mark, so that's my time. I have lots more to share with you, but we'll save it for tomorrow, perhaps later on this week. I want to talk about, the housing crisis. I want to talk about quantitative easing. I want to talk about the Federal Reserve and this, how a lot of the scandals that have happened in finance capitalism, why they happen, which I'm sure that you can glean where we're going with this. But yeah, lots of stuff I need to share with you guys. So I want to thank you all for listening to my rants and reactions here for the time being. I hope you had a wonderful Monday. I hope you have a peaceful evening. Peace and love to everyone. Thanks for supporting the stream. I'm incredibly grateful to all of you. Don't forget, it's very free to tap the like, hit subscribe, and leave a comment on the videos. I love that you're sending me positive comments on these videos, because that's what YouTube loves to hear. They love to know that I am doing good work. Okay? Thank you. Thanks. I'm reading your comments here. Thank you, Hex. I love you all. I especially love your mothers. Incredible women. I'm gonna go eat some dinner, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? We'll do it all again. It's literally your mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. Don't worry, I'm showing up at her home later this evening inside of a cake. I won't tell you if I'll be wearing any clothes. So. All right, guys. Thank you. Peace and love. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas